Alright, hey guys, what is up? It is Bibzuda back here once again on the Outlast Trials, and in this video I am going to be doing another tier list. We just recently did the Amps tier list, which got some pretty good feedback, and I really enjoyed reading all of your comments on your thoughts and opinions on the places I put things, because I was honestly quite surprised that there were so many people out there who are such big fans of Keymaster. I never would have expected that. But still, yeah, it was a cool discussion, and seemed like people enjoyed it, wanted to see more. And so this time we're going to be doing the Variators, which will be quite interesting because there are a lot of them. I think I have like over 90 images here. I did put this together myself. I got them, all the images from the wiki, and then put them on here because the ones that were existing on this website weren't exactly what I was looking for, and I wasn't 100% sure if they contained all the Variators. So yeah, I have also been thinking about for a while how I should actually do this tier list, because there's a lot of ways you could approach a Variators tier list by like considering which Variators are most difficult, rate them by difficulty. That can maybe be a little bit more objectively done. You can just rate them by how much you like them. You can rate them by how afraid of them you are in like an escalation run. I've decided that my end placement rating on the tier list is going to be based on my personal opinion of the Variators and just like my overall thoughts on them. But importantly, I'm going to talk about each and every single one of them in detail and talk about the different ins and outs of what I think in different situations, and then try and come to a final end conclusion on where to put it. So yeah, it should be fun. And I just realized one moment I need to add the F tier. We need the F tier. Hard to believe the default tier list doesn't come with the big fat F tier. You gotta have that. But yeah, it should be cool. And then also, maybe for people who haven't played the game for very long, you'll see some Variators in here you don't even know about. There's also Variators in this list that are currently not in the game. Either they were removed or maybe even never added. Most of these are going to be ones that were removed and may come back in the future, but so their rating is going to be a little bit less precise because I haven't played with many of these very much at all, if ever. But I think it'd just be cool to talk about them. So yeah, should be interesting. So without further ado, let's get into it here with the first Variator. Again, I'm going to drag it up like into B or C just to when I'm talking about it, and then we will move it as needed. This one is also, this is in the order that they are on the wiki. I know some people got annoyed with me using the wiki in the last video, but I don't really have a better way of doing this. I mean, I could go look at them in game, but there's nuances to some Variators that are important to note because of how they work, and that's not clear in the in-game description a lot of the time. So this is the order of the Variators which are on the wiki, just so you know how I'm doing them in the order. It's not based on the custom trial list. Anyway, Introductory is the first Variator, the first of only two that are specifically related to a single difficulty. Obviously, we have Psychosurgery as well, which we will be talking about very shortly, but Introductory is the Variator that is only shown on the introductory difficulty. This is actually not available in Custom Trial Maker. I'm also going to be making sure to mention that when Variators are or are not available in Custom Trial Maker, when they show up in Escalation or don't. This one also doesn't show up in Escalation, even on Trials 1 through 5, which are on introductory difficulty. You do not have this Variator. And it's interesting because it kind of combines a lot of things, but also has its own additional difficulty reduction. Basically, Introductory is all about making the game easier. Of course, it will have lower enemy density, it'll have lower enemy damage, and enemies will just be generally a lot stupider. They won't react as quickly or as often. They won't follow you as closely or care really that much at all, even if you're standing right in front of them sometimes. It also reduces things like traps and all sorts of hazards in the trial. It basically tries to make things as easy as possible. You can sometimes go through an entire introductory trial without even seeing a single enemy, so it's pretty interesting. It also gives you more items, of course, are available, and I think Introductory is the only one that starts you at 5 revives in solo, I do believe. And then additionally, pretty recently actually, it has the additional effect of on Kill the Snitch Genesis only, it gives you a different trial layout, which is very peculiar. I mean, you could consider that a part of the Variator or the difficulty itself. It's kind of debatable, but still. So yeah, it's introductory. A little bit hard to have a strong opinion on it. I mean, I think it is good that it exists for new players. I think that Variators in general that reduce the difficulty in interesting ways are cool. Like, I would like to see more of those. Things like low enemy density, which we'll talk about. Boarded up doors is interesting for like trial consistency. I think there's a lot of options for that, which could be explored more to allow new players to create like really easy custom trials for themselves if they want to learn things. I think that could be pretty beneficial, as long as they don't get added into high level escalation and make it like a joke again, like it used to be. But anyways, introductory, I would probably just I might just leave it here in the B tier. I think it's it's okay. It honestly, and I mean, maybe it's elitist to say, but it almost feels too easy at times, especially for if players want to improve and get better. Even on standard, the enemies can feel pretty like pretty dumb sometimes, and I know that's by design, but the jump to intensive can be pretty rough for some players, so I think maybe it could be, the easiness could be laid off on a little bit, but that's introductory. Psychosurgery is the next one, flipping straight to the other side of the coin, which is the highest difficulty in the game. Now, Psychosurgery is a weird variator because there are two different versions of it, kind of. There's the version that's in Genesis, and then there's the version that's in Trial Maker, and I don't really know why they made these different. It's very strange. The version in Trial Maker does not have the rig cooldown extension or the intel, I don't think. It's missing, or the limited inventory, right? Let me actually look at what the wiki says here, just to make sure I'm 100% correct. Yeah, so in Genesis, or like events as well, this is like anything that's not Trial Maker, basically. Psychosurgery will have rig cooldown extension, which is 2.5 times longer than the normal rig cooldown. Limited inventory, no player names, no intel, and extreme psychosis, whereas in Trial Maker, it only has Increased Threat 2 for some reason is listed here. I guess Increased Threat 2 is not built into the Genesis one because that is always also on the Psychosurgery trials. And then that also has no player names and extreme psychosis. So it doesn't have no intel or rigs extended cooldown or limited inventory, which are the things that I said. So it's pretty strange that there's two different versions. Kind of hard to rate it when those two exist. I think that the Trial Maker version should probably be made to be the same as Genesis version. It's very weird. It also says on here that this Variator increases the enemy's movement speed, although I'm not sure if that's actually true, because I think it also applies in escalation when you get to Psychosurgery, that increased movement speed, so it might just be innate to the difficulty itself. So that's a little bit confusing, but yeah, Psychosurgery is it's a good Variator. I think it is pretty brutal. The rig cooldown especially is kind of insane. Like, it is almost to the point that it might as well be limited rig built in, where you basically need to have a rig recharger for the most part if you plan on using your rig more than once or twice in a trial. So, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just like, I don't know, it's kind of crazy how long those cooldowns get sometimes. The limited inventory is probably the most punishing thing in Psychosurgery, aside from maybe the increased movement speed. It is pretty brutal when you get on those trials that require so much inventory usage, like Despoil or Seize, the newer one, and you only have 3 slots, or God forbid you don't have the expanded inventory prescription and you only have 2 slots. That can always be a terrible nightmare. But yeah, the extreme psychosis is very important on here as well, because if you don't know, if you're not on Psychosurgery, or there's also the extreme psychosis Variator itself, which we will talk about. You can do the old Psychosis cheese. You can literally get Psychosis, and then the Skinner Man, well, he'll do some damage to you. He does a decent amount of damage still, but the enemies will ignore you without extreme Psychosis. So it's pretty weird when that happens. So that's kind of very important that's on there. Also, no intel and no player names. It feels weird not having no intel these days for me, because I'm so used to, having no intel. When like something shows up, it points me in that direction. It feels a little bit hand-holdy. I think that maybe, or I guess intensive, I think usually has limited intel on it, but I don't know. Intel just feels a little bit OP sometimes. I mean, it's great for new players, don't get me wrong, but having it on, I don't know. We're talking about difficulties now at this point, so we'll try and focus more on the Variator. It does have no intel, which makes sense. So yeah, overall, I think it's good. I think it does its job well. I just think that they need to unify its identity and not have it be different, but to have the same exact name in the two. There's like two versions of it. I think that's bad. So I'm probably up. I think it's better than introductory. It doesn't. I don't think Genesis Psychosurgery really needs changing, but it does need to be unified with the Trialmaker version in some way, because it's really weird that they are different and confusing too for a lot of people that are new. Next up, we have Ultra 1, because there are two versions of Ultra. I will be rating the two separate tiers of Variators separately if I think they deserve to be separately rated, but I won't like re-explain them. I'll just say what the additional things are, unless there's big differences. So Ultra 1 is only found during trials 11 through 20 of escalation currently. Previously, Ultra 1, and it was just called Ultra, it's been through many different iterations of design. There was Program Ultra for a time, which had a set of trials that, it was we had Genesis, Program X, and Program Ultra, and that was when we had like the only Variator on the trial was Ultra, I think, or maybe it also had increased threat or something. We actually had Ultra on one of the Toxic Shock event trials when that originally ran, so I think that was on Preferred to Futterman or something. I have a video on it somewhere deep in the archives that you could probably dig up, but yeah, old Ultra was very, very crazy, and especially when you were far enough in escalation that you would get Ultra on every single trial. It used to include enraged enemies, which is one of the most impactful Variators in the entire game, bleeding by default, which is very punishing in any sense, deadly prime asset, I know, which is crazy. I mean, old Ultra had so many Variators packed into it. It was so high difficulty, but that was also what was really cool about it, because, I mean, I know it's a matter of opinion, and a lot of people don't think this way, especially since it's been like this for a while now, since like Season 3 started, where you can go infinite in escalation by just cheesing and leaving the trial if you die. So it kind of doesn't feel like a challenge mode anymore, and it more so feels like it's just a grinding XP mode, which I think is a shame. I think it lost a bit of its identity with that, but that's something I could make an entire other video about if I'm being frank, so let's not go down that rabbit hole too far. I don't even know how I got there, to be honest. I mean, it was in escalation before, but yeah, as I was talking about old Ultra, I think it was fun. It was cool to have such a crazy high difficulty, and once you got so high in escalation, having those consistent high difficulty trials was kind of interesting. See how long could you really endure that and survive. But now it's different, so we're going to talk about what it's like now. I'm sorry if that is boring to anybody, but I do like talking about the history of the game and how it's changed over time, so I'll probably go into that for Variators that have changed. Basically, Ultra 1 includes Increased Threat 2, Limited Items 1, no intel, no player names, and Extreme Psychosis. So even though the trials in escalation at that point are on intensive difficulty according to the game, you still have Extreme Psychosis from Ultra, and it is pretty dangerous out there when you are when you get past trial number 10. Like, this is a very big step up from standard, and standard is already a very big step up from introductory in escalation. Also, sorry if I talk about escalation too much. I mean, that is what I play the most in the game by far, so that's where I'm taking a lot of this experience from, but this is obviously only found in escalation, so I think that applies perfectly well. I think it's a good bundle of Variators, and I think that it is sufficiently easy enough, even though it's not easy, such that Ultra 2, which you get at 21 and onwards, is a significant jump in difficulty even still. So although it's very sad that Ultra 1 got nerfed so badly and is no longer, you know, the absolutely insane menacing powerhouse that it once was, I think it still does its job well in the current day and age, and I think that's fine. I would like to see, you know, I don't really understand why they don't have anything and everything available in the custom trial maker. Let people make whatever they want. I mean, maybe these things were removed from the game code entirely and they can't be brought back, but having like a legacy ultra option would be really cool to have in customs. I mean, also, we don't have introductory in customs. We don't even have ultra currently in customs. I don't see why they can't just add those in and have them available for us to make customs with. I think that would greatly improve the custom trials in general, just because if people are doing escalation or even Genesis and seeing things like introductory and or psychosurgery, which is not the same when they go over to customs, I can't move it because weirdness. They see Ultra and they're like, I want to go make a custom with that. You just can't do it, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. So that's another thing. I'll probably talk about that several times in the video because this is the case for a lot of Variators, which I wish were in customs. But I think I'm going to put Ultra 1 in the A tier. I think it does a good job of its purpose. And it, you know, even though it's only available for 11 through 20 of escalation, I think it's a solid difference between that and Ultra 2, which we're going to talk about actually next. So Ultra 2 is basically the next step up from Ultra 1 and is technically, I guess you would say, the hardest difficulty variator in general, because these are the 4 difficulty variators at this point. This is the last one that's directly tied to a difficulty technically. And this is what you will see in every single escalation trial from 21 and on, and is the most recently released one of these variators, because it used to just be only Ultra, and now they've changed it and Ultra 2 was added to the mix as a result to make things more difficult. Now, this is very similar to Ultra 1, but it comes with, instead of limited items 1, it comes with limited items 3, which is insanely punishing, I will tell you that. You will find full trials with basically 0 items in them at all. It's crazy how bad and how impactful limited items 3 is, and it's not even a variator that is actually real, or at least you'll never see it or will never have seen it outside of Ultra 2, because it's not an individual variator available anywhere in the game right now, but it does exist, and you can absolutely tell the difference between a limited items 2 trial and an Ultra 2 trial which has limited items 3. It's insane. And when it first came out, Ultra 2, you were also able to get limited items 2 on top of it, essentially making it limited items 5, which you could maybe find like 1 brick, maybe a bottle in an entire trial with that. It was insane. But the interesting thing is, when you're at Ultra 2, you actually can no longer get limited items anymore, but you also can't even get no items. So that's kind of cool a little bit, but also makes it like moderately easier, debatably, just in a small way. Otherwise, it's much harder because you cannot get no items in trial at 21 plus, which it feels like should still be possible, even though limited items should not be possible on top of the existing limited items 3. It also still has no intel, no player names, and extreme psychosis. And then the only other difference is that it also adds more and deadly traps 2, which is actually really, really impactful, because that makes it so psychosis mines give you full psychosis instantly if you step on them. It makes it so that explosive mines kill you in 1 hit for 4 bars if you step on them. Those are the 2 big things. Like the psychosis mines going from you needing to step on 2 to get psychosis to just 1 giving you full psychosis is a huge difference, especially because of the extreme psychosis. So yeah, it's still not as difficult as the old original Ultra 1 was with the enraged and bleeding and everything, but it is much harder than, you know, escalation generally was on the release of Season 3 when saving came out and everything. So I would probably put this one in A tier, but I think Ultra 1 is a bit better designed in a little bit of ways. Like, I think limited items 3 is honestly too much. I would prefer it having limited items too built in, but then still being able to get like no items and things like that. Because I mean, if you get like break TVs secondary, it is just really, really bad and really annoying because you can't even find enough throwables sometimes. But yeah, these are the difficulty variators. I think they're overall pretty good, but you know, like Psychosurgery needs to be unified. Introductory is maybe too easy. So yeah, that's where I'm putting them. Again, the tier list placement is very subjective here. I'm mostly using this to talk about the Variators and what I think about them and what they do. So yeah, hope you guys can bear with me on that. Next up, we're moving into the slew of traps related Variators here, starting with extra sound traps. And extra sound traps does what it sounds like. It adds more of the hanging cans, more glass on the floor. I assume it also includes glass on the floor. I mean, yeah, those are sound traps as well. And you know, those are the main things. You know, the cans are dolls in Gooseberry Trials, and you know, that's pretty obvious. But yeah, it's pretty simple what it does. But it's got a nice effect. It's cool that it adds more glass because you can then have a reasonable idea of maybe bringing slippers. I like Variators that are pretty specific but still have a reasonable impact, so you can tailor a custom trial to a very specific play style if you want. So that's kind of a category of Variators that I like a bit, but it's also kind of boring and vanilla a little bit. Doesn't really change very much about the game. And you know, things that are kind of average and just whatever, you know, probably like bottom of B, top of C-ish tier. Like there's nothing wrong with it, but I'd probably just put it in the C tier because it's just sort of boring and, you know, not much to talk about with it. Next up, we have extra Psychosis mines, which is kind of in a similar boat to more sound traps. It is very simple. It does what it says. There are more Psychosis mines in the trial, and you know, kind of depends on your opinion on mines in general. I am occasionally a bit of a minesweeper. I will step on mines that I have no reason to be stepping on. You know, I'll just completely grief and troll myself or my team and step on mines. But yeah, having more of them, like this is a quite impactful Variator. It actually does like kind of spam Psychosis mines everywhere when you put this on. So I think that's good. You know, it's good to have things like this for, again, making like a Psychosis related focused custom. So I think I'd put this one probably in the C tier as well. Honestly, I think Psychosis mines are more interesting than sound traps in general, so I would put that above the sound traps, but not too much else to talk about there. Next, we actually have a Variator that does not exist anymore, and it's proximity mines. So proximity mines were an absolutely nightmarish hellscape of a Variator back when it was around, and I'm trying to honestly remember. Give me actually 1 second. I'm gonna look this up and see if I can find some info. All right, so I quickly went and checked, and yeah, this Variator was, I believe, only available in escalation as well. So it's kind of like, you know, Ultra and them. In 2024 at some point. I don't know how much experience I actually had with it myself. I know I really only super got into escalation in you know, after season 3 with the saves and everything. So yeah, but basically what proximity mines does, it's pretty you know, it's kind of self-explanatory. It basically increased the range at which a mine would explode, a floor mine, you know, Psychosis, whatever, by a lot. So obviously right now you pretty much have to run straight over them. You know, you have to like touch them with your feet. Sometimes that's a little bit fuzzy, but hey, maybe that's just my Minesweeper brain coping. These things, you could be like, you know, say the mine is a certain amount of certain size. You could be like 2 or 3 additional mine lengths away from the mine, and it would still explode, and you would, you know, lose sanity or whatever the effects were. So it was insanely punishing and difficult to avoid. So like having this on Ultra 2 where you get full Psychosis instantly would be ridiculous. I don't know if they're ever going to bring this back, but from what I remember, I did not really like this Variator. The mines, especially when a lot of stuff is already going on, or you have adrenaline going, or you're in bad trip for whatever reason. Don't even get me started on bad trip. We'll get there. They're already kind of hard to hear, so I think I will definitely be putting this lower on the tier list. It is high difficulty, and could be good for like customs for like, you know, wanting people to suffer. I'm not going to put it all the way down in F tier, I don't think, but it is, I think I'm going to go with D tier for this one. If you haven't seen it, look up a video. I don't have any videos on it, I don't believe. I would have to go check like my really old escalation runs, but I don't think I have it in any video. It's crazy though. There's probably some videos out there that you can check out where you can see the actual range, and man, it is brutal. All right, moving on now, we have explosive mines. Now, explosive mines were previously not that big of a deal, although you could still get the combo of explosive mines and deadly traps of some sort, which would make them kill you in one hit. But nowadays, when it's in escalation at 21 plus, they will always one-shot. So they are much more threatening than they used to be, because they are by default one-shots at high escalation. I don't think these have ever shown up in like an event or Genesis that I can remember. Maybe in some weekly or something they did. Hard to remember though, to be honest. But this also comes with, and this is actually a new addition to these, all three of these mine variators, Frost and Fire, which we're going to be doing next. Explosive mines and these other mine variators add more mines to the trial as well. So if you get explosive mines, there's going to be explosive mines all over the damn place. It is kind of insane how many you can find sometimes. Now, obviously you can destroy these with throwables, which makes it a little bit, you know, less dangerous, a little bit more manageable in that regard. But they are pretty brutal and pretty punishing. So I kind of like them for that. But mines in general often annoy me and piss me off because they will get me killed and ruin my runs and things like that. And the potential for mine sweeping your teammates has obviously gone through the roof with these, because you can kill everybody with these if you want, which I think I have honestly done at least once or twice in escalation. So they force you to kind of super lock in and play carefully. At least they do for me when I'm doing my no loadout runs recently. And so I'm probably going to throw these into the B tier. They are brutal and definitely interesting. I think maybe the extra mine portion almost adds too many. It's kind of crazy when that happens, but I mean, because on top of that, you also have more deadly traps a lot of the time from Ultra. But yeah, I think I'm okay with putting them in the B tier. They haven't really changed much over the years, though, as far as I know. I don't even know when these came out exactly, but anyways. Next up, we have Frost Mines, which are a similar variator, which instead of doing explosive, instead makes these, you know, that makes the Frost Mines. This came out with the second iteration of Winter Kills in 2024. The original Winter Kills did not have these. Winter Kills 2 in 2024 added Frost Mines to the mix. And these have been unfortunately been recently changed. I believe with Winter Kills 3, actually, these were patched to do a lot more damage now. Or I guess they unified the cold damaging effects is the real thing that happened. So when Permafrost came out, they changed how cold damage works a little bit into it has a bit more of a delay, I guess, from when the freezing status starts to when you start taking damage. And they added that status to Frost Mines. Now, previously, Frost Mines, you would step on them, you would get cold, and basically to lose the effect of the cold, you have to go into a hiding spot. And what they would actually do was, and I think they still have this effect, because, you know, if you're out of stamina and you step on one of these, you're basically going to die. They give you infinite stamina for the duration. Let me see if it actually says on the wiki what about that, but I know that that is, I believe, true. Also important to note is that if you have warmth, which is fairly new in the game with, you know, permafrost and deep burn, if you have any warmth, you step on a frost mine, it will instantly deplete all your warmth and put you in the freezing state. So that can be pretty rough, especially in permafrost, which does come with frost mines. You can again jump into a hiding spot, and if you don't have permafrost, then that will remove this freezing and you will be fine. But obviously if you have permafrost, going in a hiding spot will get, you know, stop the damage, but you'll get out and you'll still have no warmth and you have to find some. But yeah, this basically, it doesn't say it on the wiki, probably because it's a freezing, you know, it's part of the freezing effect, but it would give you infinite stamina and makes you run faster by quite a significant margin. At least it used to. I haven't honestly fully tested them since Permafrost has come out, because they have been massively nerfed for that. I would have these on my Grind the Bad Apples runs when I was working on my pipes video, and just for speedrunning in general, they were really fun. If you got them in escalation, you could be kind of excited that you would get to use them, because when you're carrying a heavy object and you get a Frostmine effect, you could go so fast, you could complete trials so quickly. It was really fun, honestly. Sadly, with the unification of the freezing damage types, they now do a lot more damage, like 3 times as much damage per tick, maybe even more than that. It's pretty brutal now, because it's like the same damage as if you're standing out in Cold Snap, and Cold Snap does a lot of damage really fast. So these things are now a lot more dangerous, but the fun aspect of using them to speedrun has also been removed, so that kind of makes me sad. So yeah, I think I would probably have these in like high A, maybe even S tier, like in my book, if they still worked like they did. I still think they're fun, or like a cool mine. I definitely prefer them to explosive mines. I'll probably put them like somewhere around here in the B tier. The additional warmth effect is cool, and it kind of creates like a moment of panic where you have to go find a hiding spot. Whereas explosive mines are pretty black and white. You step on them, you take damage. Maybe you'll die in one hit. So yeah. Next up, we have fire mines. So the last mine type is fire mines here. This came out with Deep Burn, I believe. I don't think we had fire mines before Deep Burn. And these are essentially what they say. You'll step on them and they will cause fire in the immediate area. I think usually you get at least on the difficulties I play, you get like 1 bar of damage immediately. And then if you don't move, you'll keep burning and taking damage. And that can be quite painful. They're kind of middle of the road a little bit. Like, they're certainly less dangerous than explosive mines, but potentially more dangerous than frost mines. Like with frost mines, if you know where a hiding spot is nearby, you can literally just step on the frost mine, jump in the hiding spot, and you just get rid of it and you're fine. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. I mean, they're also kind of just not that exciting either. They, because they can't one-shot kill you necessarily, nor can they, they don't have like a huge immediate impact. So they're probably the least interesting mine variator. I might just put it here at the back of B. I think they're not as, they're very similar to explosive mines in my eyes, but explosive mines just has that extra factor of potentially killing you in one hit that kind of makes them more interesting to me. So yeah, we're gonna leave fire mines there, I believe. But yeah, they leave fire on the floor, and it stays there for quite a while too. That's important to note. The fire will be there for a decent amount of time, so if you trigger them at a poor timing, you'll be in trouble. Frost mines linger for a very short amount of time, and then explosive mines are obviously just a one-off thing that happens. I guess the frost mine linger is pretty similar to Psychosis mine linger timing. So yeah, that is fire mines. Next, we have hazard vents, which is a very difficult variator, honestly, at a lot of the time. Basically, what hazard vents does is it replaces not all, but a lot of the mine locations in the trial. So Psychosis mine locations with these vents that basically constantly emit the effect of the mines that are in the trial. This cannot be paired with explosive mines. That does not exist, although it would be kind of funny. This can be paired though with frost mines, and they will emit frost at all times. They can be paired with fire mines and it'll emit fire at all times. This came out with Deep Burn with the fire mines, so that was the first time we saw it, was hazard vents that just constantly spewed fire all over the place. However, that's honestly oftentimes not that big of a deal. That's like the most manageable version. The horrible and most difficult and most common thing you'll see in escalation is what we in the community have lovingly dubbed fart vents, the Psychosis gas vents that are insanely annoying, especially because on Ultra 2 you have more and deadly traps. Thankfully, This will not put you in psychosis immediately unless you like, I think if you blatantly walk through it, it maybe will. But the problem with these are, obviously if you have a psychosis mine on the ground, you can walk around it or jump over it. These can be in places where you cannot avoid it at all, which is insanely annoying because either you have to go around or you have to just lose sanity because you can't jump over these. Even it, like, you have to jump very far to the side for it to potentially not give you psychosis. If you jump over the center, you are losing sanity, and that is so annoying. Not to mention the fact that these are even harder to not only notice but also hear than the mines themselves. So that is super annoying. They do make like a very soft, like hissing noise, but it's really hard to hear. And when it's psychosis gas, they blend in with night vision, colors so well that sometimes you won't even see them and you'll just walk into them and be like, why am I in psychosis? Oh man, hazard vents are the worst. And honestly, that all is kind of fine. I think you should be able to jump over them because they're kind of BS with not being able to do that. At least if you don't jump directly over the center. Like, you can jump pretty far to the side and still get psychosis. You can full jump over fire vents usually pretty easily. Frost vents I think are similar to psychosis, where you can't jump directly over them or to the side or you'll still get freezing, but those you don't see as often. Psychosis vents are by far the most common in escalation. But yeah, you can jump over the fire pretty easily. But it also suffers from a problem with fire vents, which is what came out with Deep Burn. That was kind of their original run. They can be in places that cause you to take unavoidable damage in a trial, which I think is never acceptable. So that is very bad. I think they would probably be like low C tier maybe if that wasn't possible, and if you could jump over the sides of them more easily of Psychosis and Frost without getting the effect. I'm debating putting them in F tier because of that potential for unavoidable damage. That happened to me in my Deep Burn video recently for the flashback on Pleasure the Prosecutor. To flip one of the levers for one of the capture points, I literally could not avoid getting hit by the fire vent that was there. So that was incredibly annoying, and I think they need to be fixed. I don't know if I want to throw them all the way in F tier though. I think I'll put them in low D tier because honestly they function fairly similarly to how proximity mines do. So I'm not sure which. Honestly, I think I like this position because of that fact. But they really need to fix the fact that there can be unavoidable damage, and I think they should make it so you can jump over them more easily, although that is more opinion and I don't think is necessarily required. But yeah, man, sorry for going on a bit of a rant there, but those things have tormented me in escalation for a long time now. Okay, next up here, and sorry for the little jump cut there. This is quite a long video, I'm sure, and I wasn't able to do it all in one, but next up here we actually have two more Variators that are not in the game anymore, kind of. They kind of are still in the game, they've just been consolidated into a different Variator. So this is extra floor traps, which was basically what was in the game prior. This and this, which is extra explosive traps, is what was in the game prior to this Variator, which we'll get to later, which is prime asset traps. And this basically, prime asset traps increases the number of traps that are related to the prime asset in the trial. So Coil's floor traps, Gooseberry's duck bombs, Franco's laser traps, or the twins hanging bottles. I don't know if it actually affects Lilia's mannequin count, but that's what that does, and that basically is what consolidated these Variators, because this was what was previously used for that effect on Coil's trials. This would add more of Coil's floor traps into the trial. I don't actually know if it was ever on a non-Coil trial and added the floor traps in. That's something I'm not 100% sure of. Actually, you know, why not me? I can go do a little research and check really quick. Alright, I wouldn't say I exactly exhaustively scoured the internet for any sign of it, but I wasn't able to immediately find anything about this, so I'm going to assume it was only ever on Coil's trials, but it would be interesting if this was still a possible amp or sorry, not amp, variator that you could get or use in customs to add certain traps to other trials. Now, this basically just makes me want to talk about the coil traps in general, and I'm not the biggest fan of coil's traps because they're pretty annoying in how long they last, and they are rarely that impactful. The only time I end up really acknowledging coil's traps that, super directly is pretty much that I can think of on Destroy the Evidence or maybe Vindicate the Guilty, when there is a trap in my way as I'm trying to go somewhere with the acid buckets, because usually there's a little vault section next to a lot of traps a lot of the time that you can just vault over to avoid it completely, but obviously with the acid you can't do that, and so you have to usually wait out a long duration of the trap buzzing and then you can go by. I kind of wish they lasted less time and also had less time in between them, so you could more easily just sort of, as long as you're quick, you can get through, but you don't have to wait as long if you're not there at the right timing, basically. So yeah, I don't know. Some of them can be really big, like at the end of like Release the Prisoners or something like that, right by the shuttle. There can be a huge one, those are kind of cool. Importantly, you can obviously break these with a brick or throwable of any kind, which makes them a lot less threatening than they might otherwise be. Additionally, which I find a little bit strange, although it does align them very sensibly to the other prime asset traps, if anybody gets damaged by these, they then will break shortly thereafter. They'll do the electrical shock for the set duration, and then if anybody was damaged during that time, after the shock is done, the trap will break and not be active anymore, which again obviously makes some sense because the duck bombs blow up and Franco's traps blow up. Aurora bottles are gone once you hit them. It just doesn't make as much sense as those other ones do, I guess, but it's fine. So I would probably put this, I'd probably put it in the C tier here with these other ones, but maybe a little bit higher. Although, it's tough to say. I would say Psychosis mines are maybe more interesting. This is more about the traps themselves than the Variator, I guess, but it's tough to position this here. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We'll leave that in the C tier. Next up, we have more explosive traps, which as I already talked about. This is the same sort of thing, but for Gooseberry's duck bombs. And so Gooseberry's duck bombs I find to be a more interesting trap, although they are very annoying sometimes when they catch you out. Partially because they can be countered very easily if you want to take the time. You can kind of like sneak up to the trap, and if you stand at the absolute limit, like as far away as you can while still triggering it, it will blow up and not damage you, which can be kind of cool, especially if you don't have items and need to get rid of some of these, or they're in annoying places and you don't want to waste your throwables. It can be nice to have that as an option. They are also kind of interesting in teams, because if somebody runs by a gooseberry trap and it doesn't blow up but starts to blow up, it starts ticking, how these traps work, they go tick 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 and then explode. If another person is close behind them, it will continue on the same amount of, the same charge up time, if that makes any sense. So like if it does 2 ticks for the first person, the second person is right behind them and continues being near it, it will just continue on and then blow up a lot more quickly than the second person might expect, which can lead to some rage and some funny situations if you're not careful. So I would say they're a more interesting trap overall and have more dynamics about them. I'd probably put them up in the B tier for more duck traps, especially, and also because I think they have a lot, they're more universally impactful as opposed to Coil's floor traps, which are rarely going to be a huge deal. I would probably say it's right around here for me, I guess. Again, the placement on the tier list is a little bit dubious at times, but that is where I'll go with that. So those two are currently no longer in the game, but they will be kind of in the same vein in prime asset traps. Next up, we have Deadly Traps, which is a Variator that is in combined Variator packages that we'll also talk about. Now, Deadly Traps is extremely impactful. It actually doesn't have a tier 2 version, so there's only one. It's just Deadly Traps. There's no Deadly Traps 2, even though there is More in Deadly Traps 2, which we'll talk about, that only includes Deadly Traps. So Deadly Traps is actually very, very impactful. It makes Explosive Mines kill you in one hit if you don't have a health booster. It makes Psychosis Mines give you full Psychosis immediately instead of taking like 2, or maybe even it takes 3, or I think Psychosis Mines on any difficulty take away 2 bars sanity, I'm pretty sure, but still, yeah. Deadly Traps is a very high impact variator just because of those 2 things on their own, but also, I mean, it combines very brutally with things like Coil's Floor Traps. You can take a lot of damage from Coil's Floor Traps if you have this variator. Also, something like Flamethrowers is highly impacted by Deadly Traps, as are something like Surveillance Cameras. These things are all very influenced by the damage that is introduced by this Deadly Trap variator. So it is high impact and also sneaky, because if you don't know how much it does do, then you might not be aware or prepared. So I would put this one probably up all the way up here. I think it's a good variator, because without this, many traps are fairly, they're not really scary as much without it. Honestly, I might put it above Frost Mines. See, this is where it gets difficult, is because, like, how does Deadly Traps compare to Psycho Surgery? Who knows? I mean, this is just, it's a tier list. It is what it is. Where I'm mostly using this as an excuse to talk about all the variators. So yeah, Deadly Traps, highly impactful, a little bit sneaky sleeper, can definitely get you killed a lot more easily than you might think. Next up here is Extra Traps, which basically does exactly what it says. It adds more traps in the trial. So it will include, as far as I understand it, like sound traps, Psychosis Mines. I think it adds any additional traps, like all kinds of traps are just added, and there's more of them. So overall, it's not that interesting because there's no specific focus it's applied to, so it's just like a generic difficulty increaser as opposed to something like these 2 that are like more tailored. But I would say it's still more interesting than these, but maybe not quite as much as like the unique ones. So I guess I do favor like uniqueness and interesting gameplay a lot more than maybe you might expect. But yeah, I would put that here, maybe like right around here. Not quite as interesting as like the Elemental Mines and the cooler trap variators, but still better than like these lesser generic ones. And then we also have Extra Traps 2, which adds more traps even than Extra Traps. So this one I would just say is like the same. It's not that big of a difference, and it's not really worth having a big discussion on it. But yeah, Extra Traps 2 just it says maximum traps as opposed to this, which is just more traps. So yeah, I don't know if that really means much, but there you go. Next up, we have another pair of 2 variators. First of all, more in Deadly Traps, and it's more in Deadly Traps and more in Deadly Traps 2. But as I said, more in Deadly Traps both only just include this Deadly Traps, and then obviously this one includes more traps, and this, or Extra Traps, sorry, and this one, this second one includes Extra Traps 2. So yeah, it's definitely a high impact. Just because of Deadly Traps though, or like obviously having Extra Traps on top of the Deadly Traps means there's more of those Deadly Traps, but something like Explosive Mines already adds more mines, so the addition of the more traps is not really that big of a deal. So I mean, I would probably just put it in a similar spot to Deadly Traps itself, because that's what carries the Variator in terms of impact and difficulty. And yeah, so I think I would just put more in Deadly Traps 2. Honestly, I'd probably put it like this, where I'd rather just have the maximum traps, because then you can kind of almost come to expect them in certain choke points and things like that, whereas without you can't. And then the Deadly Traps itself is kind of what carries both of these variators to being actually dangerous or impactful. So yeah, if that makes any sense at all. Maybe it doesn't. I'm kind of just making this up as we go along, but yeah, there's a lot of these like bundle variators that combine different ones into a single one, which is what these are. So those are kind of difficult to rate in comparison to the regular variators, but hey, that's that. Next up, we have actually a fairly unique and interesting variator, which is Sharp Glass here. And Sharp Glass was like one of the first few weeklies that they ever did, so that's kind of cool. It has a little special place in my heart from that. But basically, all this does is it makes it so that glass on the floor, if you step on it, you will get a full bar of bleeding damage. So it is pretty rough a lot of the time when you have this, because I guess this is more of a flaw of how the glass is distributed itself, but a lot of times, like, there'll be a patch of glass in a certain spot, and it will just, like, barely, just the slightest amount, maybe one little shard, peek around a corner or, like, into an otherwise clear walk space that you will, like, prick your toe on and get a full bar of bleeding for it. So it's a little bit overly punishing with the state of the glass patches in the game right now, especially if there's like a big glass patch and then a vault spot next to it. For some stupid reason, a lot of the time vaults will land you on the glass. Like, not a lot of the time, but enough of the time that I don't always trust vaulting over a vault spot to you know, avoid the glass itself. Like, I'm more likely to just try and jump the glass patch itself because of how that works. It kind of is a combination of the vaults being weird and awkward and not working properly, and the glass being not, you know, in like a square, in you know, peeking over into where you might land for the vault. Yeah, I'm being very animated about this sharp glass, but yeah, like, overall, I think it's a cool variator. It significantly increases the danger of glass from just a noise trigger to a full bar of damage, and I think that's cool. I really wish that slippers countered this, which it does not. You will still take damage if you have slippers on. I think that would be a very nice thing to have on this as a you know, an additional incentive to use slippers for trials like with sharp glass. But still, I think it's a cool variator. Previously, it was the only way to get bleeding with psychosis damage, but that's now patched. You can get both bleeding and psychosis damage. Where do I want to put it, though? I feel like I have a lot of things in the B tier, but that seems like a good spot for a lot of variators, just because, you know, they're not that interesting on their own, or they need other things to support them to make them cool. But I think it's pretty decent. I don't know. Do I want it above explosive mines? I mean, they can kind of have those similar, like, levels of locked in required, where if you like have health sickness or you're low on health, you have to be really careful not to step on glass, as is the case with, like, explosive mines. Frost mine, you know, I like it. I like it as a unique. It's got that uniqueness to it. I think I like this position for it, maybe. I think if slippers worked on it and it wasn't so sometimes janky with the tiny piece of glass getting you, I would maybe even put it up in A tier, but with its limitations, I like the spot at in the middle of B, perhaps. This variator is the one we were talking about earlier when we were discussing more explosive traps and more floor traps. It is prime asset traps, and this, again, will add additional traps related to the prime asset of the trial. So Coil's floor traps, Gooseberry's duck bombs, Franco's laser traps, the Crest Twins vials. And I don't know if it affects Lilia. Maybe it does. I know Lilia's mannequins are affected by more and deadly traps and stuff, but and that's technically her prime asset trap, as far as I understand it, is the mannequins. So I assume it does, but regardless, yeah, overall, this obviously makes a lot more sense to have these condensed into one variator as opposed to having one for each, like more Franco laser traps or whatever it would be, like more laser traps, more poison vials, things like that. Although, again, it also potentially takes away the possibility of having things like just bringing extra floor traps to a Gooseberry trial in customs to have coil traps there if you want, for whatever reason. So I don't know if that would even be possible with these variators, but if it is, then I think this is a missed opportunity to have prime asset traps. Overall, I think the prime asset traps are pretty cool. Again, I like Gooseberry's counterplay to hers. Franco's are my least favorite by far, because they're just so hard to see sometimes and can feel are just annoying. Thankfully, they've at least patched the bug. As far as I know, it hasn't happened to me in a long time. Used to be that sometimes when you destroyed a Franco trap, you would still like get blown up somehow by nothing, and that was always really annoying. But yeah, so for prime asset traps, I mean, I think it is definitely you know, and maybe another B tier, kind of similar. I think maybe below Frost Mines for, and then like Introductory feels so weird to even think about placing it around, but yeah, somewhere like that for prime asset traps. I just think it's a missed opportunity to have the ability to bring other traps to other trials. Actually, and this I've only just realized, we also next have nausea traps, which is basically this variator for the Crest Twin traps. So it's a little bit confusing that they have this, but then condensed like these into the prime asset traps. Like, I assume you can't even bring this on the Crest trial, the nausea traps. That's my assumption because they're already there, but maybe you can and it just adds more. Very weird that this exists when they've already consolidated the other versions of this, although these are, I guess, the most reasonable to have on non-twin trials, because what the nausea traps do is they basically replace the hanging cans or dolls that are usually there which are sound traps. So those are on every map and can easily be, you know, just replaced with the nausea traps, so that can make some sense. Of course, nausea traps are the vials of poison, which when you hit them will give you nausea, and after a few seconds of that you will throw up, which deals damage. Interestingly, after a couple of patches of Auto and Aurora being out, they added the ability to cleanse your nausea with an antidote, so that makes these a bit less threatening if you're carrying around an antidote. They're not very threatening as it is anyway, because, I mean, it could be if you're in a chase and you run through these, that will stun you and maybe get you killed by someone who's chasing you. But if you hit them when you're just exploring, it's just a minor inconvenience. Usually the damage isn't too high. Even with more and deadly traps, it's only 1 bar, I believe, as far as I understand. So yeah. Previously, when these first came out, you used to be able to, like, if there was a bunch of them in a room, you could just run through one to trigger the nausea and then just run through all of them like a crazy person and break them all and only get 1 instance of throwing up. They've patched that now, so if you hit one and then start running into others, you will like much more quickly throw up. It'll reduce the duration on your nausea timer. So yeah, that is good that they patched, although it was funny to kind of just like minesweep the entire room of the traps to get rid of them. They can also be destroyed by throwables, and it's kind of a cool little mini game because it's each individual bottle is like a trap that can be triggered, so you kind of need to try and like line up a throw from the side to hit all of their ropes or whatever to drop them down, which is an interesting aspect of them. They can also be jammed, and that makes them pretty good against enemies, and also gives you the fun ability to walk through them and knock them around in funny ways. So overall, I think it's a good Variator. It's one of my favorite prime asset traps for all the different things it brings in. It's very unique, and I would probably put it in a similar position, or honestly, I think they are better than like the combined version of all of them, although Lilia's is kind of hard to rate. But yeah, I think nausea traps are pretty cool. But you know, like, there's nothing really that special or that terrible about the Variator, which is why, again, they're going in the B tier. Don't worry, we'll get to some more potentially spicy ratings as we get further down here. Next up, we have the final trap-related Variator, which is flamethrowers, which came out with Deep Burn, and flamethrowers are a freaking menace, bro. These things are honestly really annoying a lot of time, and I feel like you get them so often in trials, in escalation. Probably the biggest flaw of this Variator is the map dependency, which is another big flaw of a kind of similar Variator, which is under surveillance. It makes it so that, you know, depending on the map you get, the difficulty of the Variator will change drastically. Different maps will have different numbers of flamethrowers on them, and it just is basically RNG, as if you get a difficult map or not. They are extremely sneaky, and that is the worst and most annoying part about them when going up against them. You can open a door and have a flamethrower be on the opposite wall facing it and just blast you, and you kind of can't even avoid it if that just happens to you and you are unlucky, unless maybe you like slow opened the door to check beforehand, which is like, I mean, are you really going to do that? It's a kind of a cool Variator. They can also be used for warmth in permafrost and cold snap, which is a nice touch, but I personally don't really like them that much. I think these will go in the C tier somewhere. It just like they're quite hard to see, and they can be positioned like right around corners in such a way that you will, I mean, obviously it technically rewards playing slowly and carefully, but I don't know, it just feels annoying and cheap a lot of the time when you run around a corner, get blasted by a flamethrower, and it's just like, oh well, my bad, I guess. I wish they were more audible than they are. Obviously, if they're going off spewing flame, you can obviously hear that, but they only have a very brief noise prior to shooting, which it does, like, you know, that little that little noise prior to shooting that you can obviously hear, but in between shots and in between that noise, they make no noise at all, and they seem to have a knack for timing it just so that you cannot avoid it, even if you hear it when you're going around a corner or something. So yeah, I mean, it's still a cool Variator. It's decent for difficulty, but I think it's map dependence and just how much, like, this is a pretty subjective placement. I really don't like going up against these. But yeah, I think I'm fine with leaving it here in the C tier because they're pretty annoying to me. So yeah, that's all the trap Variators. Next, we're moving on to ones that affect the enemies, so that should be fun. So first up in the enemies Variators here, we have stronger enemies, and these are Variators that you know, if you're playing at a high level at high difficulties, you don't often see, just because these are mostly a part of package Variators that increase the difficulty, and I generally feel like this level of it is pretty minimally impactful. It doesn't really increase the damage to the point where it's a big difference from the default base, in my opinion. Stronger Enemies 2, which is up next, is much more of a difference. I don't honestly know the exact numbers, but just from playing Escalation and having these at the lower tiers or the lower levels of the run, it makes some sense to me for them to be, you know, a little bit lower down. So this one, pretty unimpactful, pretty uninteresting. Stronger enemies just makes them stronger and basically do more damage. That's all it is. So I'm going to put it down there. It's not that interesting. And then Stronger Enemies 2, which is more impactful, I'm going to put a little bit higher up, but probably still leave it in the C tier because just more damage, and that's it. You know, like, it's not like it's going to be enough to make a huge impact on, well, maybe I could put this one in up in at like the bottom of B tier, but still, you know, it's just boring, I guess, is the thing. More damage, that's it from the enemies. So yeah, not a whole lot to say about that. This Variator is very interesting to me. It's low enemy density, which is basically less enemies in the trial, and this is one of the things that is built into Introductory. And personally, I like this Variator quite a lot. I think I'm going to put it pretty higher up on the tier list than most people will, and it's not because of Escalation, but because obviously this doesn't really show up in Escalation. I think it is cool to have these Variators in customs that make the game easier, just for, even if it's just for new players to potentially have a smoother on-ramp or anything like that if they want, or for speedrunning. I used this Variator for my Grind the Bad Apples speedruns, and I think it's pretty cool as a concept, even though less enemies is not that interesting overall. Just the fact that it exists as something to make the game easier for people is, in my opinion, cool. I'll probably just put it up here near Introductory because it's a similar thought process behind why I find it better than maybe some people would. Next, we have the opposite of that, which is high enemy density, which I also like because this is one of the things that is the biggest impact. Like, more damage is obviously impactful, but only to a certain extent, whereas adding more and more and more enemies is always going to make things, you know, exponentially more difficult and crazy. So I think high enemy density is a cooler approach to just making them stronger, even though they're both important in terms of increasing the difficulty. So yeah, this will obviously add more enemies that you might not be used to seeing if you play on low difficulties, so that's kind of cool. And that's this is like a good look at one of the main things that can kind of set Outlast Trials apart from the other two games, because in Outlast 1 and 2, the difficulties didn't change the number of enemies you'd encounter or where they were. It just changed their damage and kind of their speed and AI and things like that, as far as I understand. So having the ability for there to be different numbers of enemies, obviously it's required, very important for a game based on replaying the trials. It's just cool to see, like this is it. This is one of the big things that make the game work at all and make it interesting. So I'll put this one pretty high up. I'll probably put it up here. Still in B tier, but yeah, I mean, this is how my tier lists are probably generally going to fill out, is like sort of like a bell curve where a lot of stuff is in the middle and then only the extremes have, few things in them. Next, we have the bundles of variators. First up being increased threat, and increased threat is high enemy density and stronger enemies level 1. So since it comes with stronger enemies, I mean, increased threat 2 is just so much better as an impactful variator. So this one I'll probably keep down in the C tier. I don't find it that interesting, even though it has high enemy density. You could just use high enemy density instead of increased threat, and the stronger enemies wouldn't be a huge impact. Don't get me wrong, it's still an impact, but it's not huge. So I don't know. The fact that it's a bunch, I mean, I'm just going to put it down in the C tier. That just feels right to me. I mean, I'm probably not even explaining my thoughts reasonably well, but yeah, that's that. Increased Threat 2, on the other hand, is very impactful. It has high enemy density and stronger enemies 2 on it. So you'll have the maximum population of enemies who have their maximum damage potential. So I think that combination puts it pretty high up for me. Honestly, well, I'm trying to decide. Maybe I could even put it right here or here. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe here is good for Increased Threat 2. It's kind of boring, but it's the importantness of the Variator that I'm sort of emphasizing here, where these mechanics are the cornerstone of the game in a sense. So that's why I would have them up high in this case, at least if that's if you consider this a high placement. Next up, we have Deadly Prime Asset, and Deadly Prime Asset is a simple Variator on its surface, but it is very scary. Now it says prime assets kill with 1 shot. In reality, it makes them do 4 bars of damage. So if you have a health booster, you can survive a deadly prime asset hit from Coil. With Gooseberry, you'll take 4 bars and your last bar will be bleeding damage, so you need a heal to survive from her. Franco bullets obviously don't kill you in 1 hit, but they do significantly increase damage. Aurora and Auto and Aurora are heavily buffed by this Variator. Since Auto normally only does 2 bars of damage with his swing, this doubles that. And then Lilia pounces without the self-defense technique become insanely dangerous with Deadly Prime Asset. I think Deadly Prime Asset is going to be the first one in the S tier, just because the level of threat that it brings and the fear that it puts into you when you see it, especially if you don't have a health booster for that trial and it's a trial where the prime asset comes out a lot, you are going to be scared. And I think it's definitely very cool, and it actually makes the prime assets feel really scary, whereas I'm not all that scared of Auto and Aurora without this sort of Variator on there, because even if I get a vial plus smacked by Auto and Aurora, I only take 3 bars and I live. But this completely flips that on its head, and it makes Franco such a terrifying menace. And not only this also, by the way, but it does increase their speed a lot too. That is very important. It makes them a lot more threatening in that regard, because they will get to you so much faster when you make noise or they know where you are. They chase you so much more relentlessly. It's a high impact Variator, high difficulty, but also thematically cool, with making the prime assets more threatening. And yeah, I think it's a great one. That definitely I think deserves a spot in the S tier. But hey, you might disagree. I could see it being high A tier as well. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it there for now. Maybe we'll change it. Next, we have Don't Make Noise. Don't Make Noise is a strange Variator. It's changed over time, or I guess I don't think it actually did change itself, but there used to be, I mean, like, because we had Be Quiet. Be Quiet, I think, was the first weekly ever. I'm quickly pulling this up on my other monitor because I have, I believe, screenshots of all of the weeklies. But when it first ran, when there was, the original Be Quiet, it was not Don't Make Noise. It wasn't the same in that regard. Yeah, here we have it. There was this Variator called Noise Hypersensitivity, which I think is on this list somewhere, but it doesn't exist anymore in the game. Although it was kind of added in and combined to this combo Variator of Don't Make Noise. Basically, it makes it so that your actions are louder. So if you're searching, like say you're searching a corpse on the wall for an organ sample, that will be 2 bars of pulsing noise instead of 1 bar. It makes every action a bit louder, and enemies will much more quickly and easily respond to that noise. But, and this is a big but, they are basically completely blind. The enemies cannot see you almost at all unless you're basically touching them. So it is pretty weird going against it. A lot of people, if I'm on stream, people who don't know the game as well are like, why are they not shooting you, attacking you? Why you're right there in front of them, they can't see you? And it's like, yeah, it's Don't Make Noise. The funny thing is, inexperienced players kind of get wrecked by this Variator because of how much louder you are as a player and how much more easily the enemies respond to it. But I still think the level of blindness is too much. It does make the game easier, but it makes it easier in a way that's kind of weird and inconsistent at times, and also a little bit dumb. It just feels weird to play. So I don't really know how exactly to rate this. I mean, it's going to be pretty low because not only that, but it's also inconsistent in that, like, for example, on Liquidate the Union finale, if you have Don't Make Noise, Franco just ignores it, pretends it doesn't exist, and is like behaves normally, but also with the heightened sound and ability to respond to it, but he can just see perfectly fine. That happens in other cases as well. It's very weird, so it's a bit buggy in that regard. And yeah, I think it needs a lot of work and needs to be fixed. It makes screamers, it's incredibly annoying, let me just say, though, because you make the slightest noise and the screamers just instantly get set off. So yeah, it is. It's pretty annoying for screamers. I'm basically deciding if I want to put it in the D tier or the F tier. I mean, I know 100% 2 Variators that I'm putting in the F tier. That you all are, I'm sure, also aware of. But do I want to put it in the D tier? I mean, the problem with me is, like, I know, like, a lot of people would put this in the D tier just because it feels lame to get at, like, high escalation. But on my no loadout, no revives runs, it's kind of like, oh, I got Don't Make Noise. I get a break for one trial from the nightmare that it's been. But does it belong in the F tier? It's tough to say. We'll leave it here for now, but I may change it depending on how things play out as we go through the rest of these things. Next up, we have all of the more Variators, more pushers, more imposters, more pitchers, starting with more pushers. And yeah, these are kind of, well, I guess the more pushers and more pitchers are kind of hard to rate. I mean, I guess it's more so, I can just talk more so about what I think about the enemies themselves. And I think these are all going to be kind of low tier for me. Well, no, maybe not imposter. I don't know. More pushers. I mean, I think one of the worst things in the game for me that annoys me a lot and happens a lot too is when there's a pusher out and about and they want to go back to the EIG and leave the trial, they will move extremely fast and can just run into you. Like they're going on a set path, but you might not even know they're in the trial. They can come sprinting for an EIG that you're kind of close to, and then just you'll get full psychosis or take damage or something bad will happen to you, kind of through no fault of your own, because they are so fast when they do this. And I kind of hate it for that. I kind of hate but that's more, I mean, this is a Variator that gives you more of that. So I guess it's not really something I can separate from the Variator itself. Like the Pusher does that all the time. Overall, the Pusher is a cool enemy. I really like that you can fully counter him with Evasive if you want. And yeah, I mean, he's got some pretty hilarious voice lines, which is always a plus. So I probably will put this in like low C tier, just because it takes, I mean, it's honestly similar in the same vein of like, so you can put it to, I'll put it like here, you can put it to like make a Psychosis themed trial, but having it and then getting Psychosis for no reason is pretty annoying. And yeah, that's like my main gripe with those intermittent enemies. And also the same issue applies with Screamers and Pouncers, in my opinion. The thing is, I don't exactly know how they could fix that. Maybe give them some sort of detection about when they're about to leave. They should go to an EIG that's far away from the player. I don't know if that's something they would ever consider adding, but in the current state, it's extraordinarily annoying when you get caught out by a Pusher trying to leave the trial at light speed. So yeah, C tier for that. Next up, we have more Imposters, which is an interesting Variator because it has quite a history in the case of, you know, the Imposters themselves. And this is also the only way you can get Imposters in solo games, so that makes it a very interesting Variator on its own. They basically have extraordinarily buffed Imposters over the game's lifespan. Originally, they were pretty brain dead and just very easy to notice and avoid. Importantly, original Imposters were extremely easy to dispatch by just going in a hiding spot. If you went in a hiding spot, the Imposter would leave the trial. That was it. That was all that you'd have to do. They wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Then, I forget exactly who it was at Red Barrels, but they talked about it in like the anniversary video or something, that they were working on Imposter changes, and they cooked up some pretty devious things. The Imposters were then, after that update, able to do pings, try and offer you items, which is hilarious. Crouch. Previously, if you saw a person that was crouched, you knew it was not an Imposter immediately, because Imposters couldn't even crouch. Now they can crouch, they can do all kinds of things. They stop and look around and pretend like they're not trying to come kill you. But the most impactful thing they can do now is pull you out of hiding spots. They are like the Jaeger. They know where you are and they are coming for you, and they will pull you out of a hiding spot. You will no longer be able to lose them like that. So when you combine this with Cold Snap or Toxic Shock, it can be extremely deadly, because they also do damage when they pull you out, and it can be pretty brutal and pretty punishing. Now, they are very, very easily dodged most of the time if you know what you're doing, and if not, you can just hit them with a single throwable and they will leave the trial. So there's certainly plenty of counter play to them, but overall, I mean, I think AI Imposters are in a really great state right now. They actually feel really threatening, and you have to constantly be on the lookout for them. Now, they do often give away their position by cackling like crazy people, which I think is also kind of funny and cool. So honestly, I think I'm going to put more Imposters up in the A tier, because I think Imposters are in a great state right now, and they definitely add a lot to especially single player games when you get them, because you don't see them normally in there. But even in multiplayer games, you don't get that many Imposters in normal trials in my experience. So yeah, is it above Ultra? Probably not quite. Well, I don't know, we'll leave it here for now, but I think very good Variator Imposters are really cool now. Although if it was old Imposters, it would be like D tier or something, because they were so dumb and easy to avoid. So yeah. Next we have more pitchers, and one thing I didn't mention about more pushers is that it does mean it's only pushers. Okay, I guess I should have clarified that. More pushers means there's no pitcher or Jaeger, and I don't think there are Imposters either. More Imposters does not have that effect. You will still get pusher, pitcher, Jaeger. However, more pitchers is back to that same effect. More pitchers means it's only the pitcher. No pusher, no Jaeger, and I believe no imposters. So yeah, I hate the pitcher. The pitcher is so annoying because he literally cheats, bro. I mean, I don't care if it's cope, I don't care, whatever. He cheats, okay? He literally he knows where you are, and he will just go towards you. And then he will see you in the dark, which, can I just say, unless you're right next to him, makes no sense. Because if you've never been to an outdoor campfire, perhaps, maybe you don't know about this sort of effect, but if you're near a fire in the dark and you're looking at the fire and then you try and look into the dark, you will see nothing. You will see nothing at all, even if it's right in front of you, because your eyes are adjusted to the light of the fire. Okay, so how is he going into a dark room and then just holding up his little tiny Molotov flame and being like, oh, you're right there in that corner way over there, and then throwing a Molotov at me? It's ridiculous, okay? And he can just do the most BS things in the world. I mean, I have one of the worst things he's done to me is on one of my no loadout, no revives escalation runs when I was on trial number 37, get out the vote. I made a noise somewhere and he threw the stupidest, like he will just blind throw a Molotov at nothing. He threw the stupidest Molotov you'll ever see on the floor at his feet, basically. And then I tried to leave the area and he did get over here force pull grab from across the room and then suplexed me into the terribly thrown Molotov, basically reducing my health to 0. I have a personal grudge against the pitcher, and he is therefore going to be reduced this Variator is going to be reduced in tier because of that. I don't think I can necessarily, in good conscience, put it below don't make noise, but I will tell you right now, I would rather have hazard vents or proximity mines than more pitchers in my trial. I hate the pitcher. He's so annoying. I'm leaving it there in D tier. F you, pitcher. Sorry about that. Next up, we have the Jaeger, one of the bigger Variators out there. It is a very impactful Variator. Obviously, the Jaeger is a terrifying enemy. If you don't know what the Jaeger is, she is a giant monster thing, also known as Henrietta, that will come directly for you and kill you in one hit if she grabs you. No matter what your health is, even if you have a health booster, you're getting killed in one hit. Last chance can save you. Importantly, evasive maneuver will save you from her grasp, but she is a menace and especially scary when paired with things like cold snap or toxic shock where you have to hide. She can be very scary. She does also, by the way, replace, there will be no pusher, no pitcher, no imposters when Jaeger Variator's on the trial. And I think it is so much more impactful to have the Jaeger Variator than to just have her come out like a normal on a trial, because if you don't know, if Jaeger comes out normally during a trial, she is she's not going to come out again after she leaves, and so that's kind of a thing that makes her a lot less threatening in normal trials. But when her Variator is around, she will always be coming back. But I think it's still cool that it does have the partial counterplay of being able to make her leave if you know the spots. Like, map knowledge is very important against the Jaeger. If you go to a spot where she can't reach you because of crawl spaces or something, she will leave the trial. I think it's a very cool Variator. It's very, very difficult and impactful and punishing, but also rewards knowledge, and you can manipulate her to your benefit if you know what you're doing. I'm basically trying to decide, is it A tier or S tier? And I think it probably has to go in the S tier, just as far as the impact is concerned. I mean, and it just, the stress level that she brings to the trial, her alarm noise is very cool. And yeah, I think it'll probably go up in S tier with Deadly Prime Asset, just because it's these Variators that elevate the stakes so much that are pretty, ones that I would rate highly. Not the only factor for rating things highly. like more imposters isn't necessarily in that same vein, but yeah, like it's very similar to Deadly Prime Asset in the levels. I think I would put it below Deadly Prime Asset in my opinion. Also, if you're not on Psychosurgery, she is kind of laughably slow. She kind of needs that Psychosurgery speed boost to be a big threat, so that certainly taps her down in terms of the Variator a little bit, but I think it's hard to rate her lower than at least A tier. I'm going to put her in the S tier for the time being. Jaeger is crazy. Next up, we have enraged enemies, and in my opinion, I would put enraged enemies at the top of the list of Variators that are most impactful to the game on their own. If you have enraged enemies and no other, like enraged enemies and Psychosurgery, you have a difficult trial. End of story, because enraged enemies makes the enemies so much more threatening. It's kind of like Don't Make Noise, except the enemies have enhanced vision. They, like, you don't make more noise, but they will immediately respond to any noise you make and come to your location, and they can also see you much easier. They have an increased field of view, and even if like this is a box, okay, and you like peek over the box, they will see you pretty much. Like they will see you immediately out of the corner of their eye, and it's kind of crazy sometimes. Now, I wouldn't say I have the maximum amount of fun going against enraged enemies, especially if it's against witnesses who are kind of stupid on enraged, in my opinion. Like, they will be facing away from you and spot you and run away, literally. It makes no sense sometimes. If they even hear the slightest rustle of grass a quarter of a mile away, they are running to the EIG. It is super annoying a lot of the time going against enraged enemies. Like on Pleasure the Prosecutor, enraged witnesses escape the courthouse. It's really annoying, and some people like that. I personally don't really like that part of it, but you know, hey, that's I guess part of the opinionated side of things. But just the level of impact that it has. I mean, I'm not gonna put it in S tier. I don't think it deserves the S tier rating in my eyes, just because I don't know. It's hard to really put into words why I don't think it has that sort of interesting uniqueness of things like Deadly Prime Asset and the Jaeger that like elevate things. Like it's kind of just an ambient difficulty increase applied to all the enemies, but it is a very high level of difficulty increase. So I think I am going to put it in the A tier because it is a very interesting, very cool, high impact Variator. Makes the enemies have glowing orange eyes, which is always very cool. But I just don't think it reaches high enough to be in the S tier. I think it would be like top of A tier with this current ranking. And I know many people would put it in the S tier, but again, I think out of all individual one-off Variators, probably competing most directly with Jaeger herself. But I think Enraged is more impactful overall, especially if you're not on Psycho, as far as a single Variator is in making the game more difficult and threatening. So, yeah. Enraged enemies, terrifying Variator. But still one that I think could have some things improved about it that would make it less frustrating and annoying to go with, especially like their sensing in the dark can be very annoying. Next up, we have the Franco Barbie Variator, which is currently like only available in customs. You're not going to get this in escalation, and it was introduced when Franco came out. It was part of his event Bambino, which was his onboarding event. Also, Jaeger had her own onboarding event, which was where the Jaeger Variator came from, but this is still available. Franco Barbie Variator is no longer available, I guess, because he's in primetime, but also the Cress Variator isn't available in escalation, and they're not in primetime yet, so I don't know. It's a little bit weird how they've handled all that. But, yeah, the Franco Barbie Variator, basically, very simply, adds Franco to the trial. And importantly, this does, again, replace all pushers, all pitchers, all imposters, and there will be no Jaeger if you have this Variator. So, Yeah, I think for more pushers and more pitchers and the Jaeger Variator, these things are all fine because it's like that's the point of them. But I kind of don't like that with the Franco Variator or the Crest Variator or the Primetime Variator, that those blanket replace all of the other specialist X-Pop, all the pushers, pitchers, and all that from coming out. I don't really see why that has to be the case, because I don't know, it kind of take like one of the somewhat interesting things that happens while playing Trials is you hear an alarm door start going off and you're like, who is that going to be? Is it going to be the pitcher? Could it possibly be the Jaeger or the pusher, or maybe an imposter? Maybe it's an enemy that's coming out normally in the trial that I didn't remember about. But in these cases, like, oh, that's Franco. That's going to be Franco, and I just need to go away and not get shot by him. So I think it takes away a bit of the mystery. Like, obviously, if you have more pushers, more pitchers, that is just kind of built into it. But they are in normal trials anyway, so adding their Variator just exclusivizes them. Whereas Franco wouldn't normally be in a trial of coils or gooseberries, so adding his Variator, making him the only one, instead of just adding him into the mix, I think is less interesting. I just kicked something over. If that makes any sense, though, what I just went through. So overall, I mean, Franco, I could probably make a whole video essay on this, but like in my opinion, Franco saved the Outlast Trials. The Outlast Trials would be dead by now without Franco's introduction. I know a lot of people hate Franco, and I find him BS and annoying sometimes too, but we wouldn't be where we are today without him. I think is definitely important to remember. As far as the Variator itself, again, I don't like the way that it works in that regard, but I still think it's cool to be able to have a selected prime asset join a different trial. So it's honestly maybe better than Primetime because of that, in my opinion, because it's selectable, but there's not one for Coil or Gooseberry. So it's kind of inconsistent in the same way that the prime asset traps are currently inconsistent with nausea traps, and I just messed things up. I think it was like that. I hope it was. I don't know. The things move around too easily sometimes and not easily enough other times. But for the Variator itself, I like it. I also, the voice lines are just amazing. The voice lines between the prime assets about each other are peak. So I would put it pretty high, probably high B tier here, but yeah, it doesn't reach higher. Maybe if it allowed other specialist X-Pops to come out as well, it might even break into the bottom of A tier, but I'm not sure. Crest Twins, I basically have the same exact thoughts on. I mean, the Twins themselves certainly have a lesser impact on the game than Franco, in my opinion. So I would probably put this below him, but still highly rated because you can select it for a custom. Sadly, this is not available in Escalation, even though they're not coming out in prime time, so that's kind of lame. But yeah, same reasons I talked about for the Franco Variator. Basically, I would put the Twins in the B tier. And then the next one here is Prime Time, which is the Variator that adds it basically randomly picks Coil, Gooseberry, or Franco, depending on whose map. Obviously, if it's a Coil map, it's Gooseberry or Franco, etc., and puts them in the trial as, like, basically, if you get Franco off Primetime, it's the same as having the Franco Barbie Variator, but it was random that you would have gotten him. So it has all the same drawbacks as that I talked about for Franco's, where it replaces all the other X-Pop reinforcements and things like that. It just comes with the added downside of being random. So if you're going for a custom, you can't select what you want to show up in the trial. And it does have a small interesting aspect of learning, where if you encounter the main prime asset of the trial and you hear them talk, you might be able to know what the Primetime prime is by their voice lines, which is kind of an interesting thing to be able to know and learn, but that's hardly impactful to the rating of the Variator. Overall, I think it's cool, but I do think the kind of misleading aspect of it and the somewhat false hope we had of potentially being able to have like Coil and Franco on a Gooseberry trial at the same time is pretty disappointing. If you don't know, it only selects one and is the same the entire time. The description of this Variator is multiple prime assets in the trial, but it's basically the one from the main one from the map and then plus one. And if you see Franco come out, it's Franco for the rest of the map. So I think it could be improved heavily by potentially it being random who comes out during the map. If it could be Franco one alarm door, maybe it could be Coil the next one if you are on a gooseberry map. But without that, I think that it's pretty lame that it doesn't work that way. Even if they can't have Coil and Franco out at the same time, at least swapping them or making it random which one of them comes out would make it a much more interesting Variator. I mean, it's still cool, and the voice lines honestly elevate its thought, my opinions of it quite a bit. I'll probably put it somewhere like here, maybe like here-ish for that. I think it's lesser than the selectable ones, but still a cool Variator, and I hope they improve it the next time that event comes around, because I assume it's going to be one of those that are recurring. I was a little bit afraid to get to this point because I don't really know what I'm going to do with this, but this is the Invasion Variator, which is not really a Variator. It's kind of just there on the Invasion game mode. It says on the description that it's like this trial can be invaded by real player imposters, but if you have Invasion enabled in the menu, they can invade on Genesis, and this Variator is not there. So yeah, I don't know where to put this really. The wiki says that it includes the Variator of no player names, which is the only thing it includes, and then it also replaces NPC imposters. So yeah, I mean, I'm not really trying to get into a full discussion or critique of the Invasion game mode in this video, so maybe I shouldn't have even put this on this list, but I guess I do think that potentially the Invasion Variator should have more things built into it to make it more distinct from invading in Genesis. I don't know what, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to put it here at the bottom of B tier because I have fun playing 4-man Invasion, but I do think the mode itself could use some potential more work and more additions, but I don't really want to talk about specifics on that. And yeah, I don't play it very often at all, only if I'm like invited, basically. So we'll just leave it there and move on now to the next Variators, which are all about getting around the trial. As you can see, all the door-related Variators. First up in this bundle of Variators that are all about doors, we have extra door traps, which basically means that there are more traps in the trial with the battery-powered booby traps on them. So yeah, it's not really that interesting. The traps are a little bit annoying sometimes because they will make it so you can't really sprint through the door if you want, but they also make the trial a little bit easier in some aspects because you can get more batteries if you need much more easily. And yeah, if you plan ahead and are careful, they're never really going to be an issue. So honestly, I kind of like where I have it exactly, maybe above this, but similar to these Variators, which are like, sure, they add more of something, but it's something that's not that interesting and is kind of boring. So yeah, overall, the door traps, more door traps, can go right there in the C tier in my opinion. Next up is more padlock doors, or just padlock doors. I don't know which is right. And this makes there be additional padlock doors in the trial. And if there are a few things I hate more than padlock doors, I will be honest with you here. Because like, I would rather a door be completely blocked with the yellow bars than it be padlocked, because most of the time I'm not going to have a lockpick. On Ultra 2 at high escalation, I'm lucky to find 2 lockpicks in an entire full trial, let alone an MK. So yeah, it often just results in that door being blocked basically, but with the tease of the fact that like, oh, you could open this if you want to go through the effort. Obviously it's nice that it adds value to the jammer, and something like Lockbreaker fairly trivializes this, but when you're playing like high escalation, even if I'm not on my no loadout, no revives run, I'm not really carrying around lockpicks. So yeah, that just is like when I see one of these, it's either an annoyance that I have to go around, or a side quest that I have to go on if I want to get through the door. I think I'm going to actually put them here in the D tier because they're my least favorite kind of door. They piss me off, and I don't like them. Highly subjective, but I'm putting them in the D tier. I hate padlock doors. They're a cool mechanic though, but they piss me off. Boarded up doors is the variator that adds additional boarded up doors in the trial. And I kind of have a soft spot for this variator over others because it's another one that you can use to kind of increase the consistency of like speedrunning trials. If you want to have a trial that you speedrun on customs, you want to put boarded up doors on it because basically as long as you're running Smash, they're the same as a normal door, but it basically will reduce the occurrence of things like padlock doors or door traps in the trial because more of the doors will instead be boarded up. So it increases the consistency of just being able to fairly easily sprint through things. Whereas at the same time, if you have this on something like a level 1 trial with no prescriptions and no amps, then it's kind of a nightmare having to 3-bash so many boarded up doors. So it's got two kind of good uses for it, and it's not like incredibly annoying like padlock doors, and it's not super boring either like door traps, because if you have to bash a door 3 times, you're making a lot of noise, and if you have no prescriptions, you're using a lot of stamina. So I think I would put this one fairly middle of the road, upper B tier, somewhere around around here-ish, maybe a little bit lower, maybe like there. I think it's cool. I like boarded up doors as a mechanic, and the fact that you can use it for consistency's sake is in my opinion pretty cool. Next, we have blocked doors, which basically just makes more doors in the trial completely blocked with the yellow bars. So I find this to be, again, less annoying than padlock doors because it's just like, oh, can't go that way. Although there's some doors that when they're blocked, it's like, dude, you cannot be serious right now. Which I think is, that can happen occasionally. But overall, it also rewards map knowledge, technically, of like knowing alternate routes around these doors. So I think overall it's a cool variator, but it's not really that high impact a lot of the time. So I'll probably put it, probably around here, maybe in the C tier. It can be really annoying sometimes, which is like potentially a positive or a negative, maybe like top of C. I don't really know. It's not that much to talk about with it really, but more interesting than door traps, less annoying than padlock doors, not as fun as boarded up doors, I guess, is my overall conclusion there. Next up here, we have unreliable doors, which is the variator you see all the time in Psychosurgery, Genesis, and of weeklies and stuff. And this basically combines all the variators we just talked about. It combines extra door traps, it combines padlock doors, it combines boarded up doors, and it combines blocked doors, while also making it so that any doors that do not have anything on them will be more likely to be locked with their normal door lock. So yeah, it's nice to have these bundle variators, but I also think it's kind of more interesting in terms of custom trials or even in escalation to have the specific variators instead, since it's not like unreliable doors necessarily will impact more, like a greater number of doors. It'll just have more variety on the things that show up on those doors. So yeah, it is kind of interesting in that regard. I think I'd probably put it in the B tier. It's maybe around here. I still like having boarded up doors more, but it's cool to have like a bundle of all of these variators at once that just makes a variety of doors. It just makes the trial generally harder to navigate without it being specifically focused on any one thing. So I think overall it's pretty cool, and something we've had a ton of experience with, as it's been on pretty much every Psychosurgery trial since I can remember. Next up here, we have closed rolling gates, which is a variator that I really don't see very often. A lot of these variators, like these specific gate variators and the specific door variators, don't show up at high escalation, which is kind of a shame, especially for the gate variators, because they can be pretty interesting. This one in particular is not that interesting because it basically just means there are more rolling gates in the trial that are closed. So there's the big shutter gates that can be open or closed we'll have more that are just completely blocked and closed that you can't open or get past. So overall, it's not that interesting. I mean, it's similar to blocked doors in that regard, but honestly more annoying at times because it's usually harder to get an alternate path around these gates. So I'd probably put it in like fairly low mid C tier here. That would be my spot for it. Let me see, does it still look okay on the screen? Okay, we're going to be going off the screen pretty soon, but I guess that's kind of just how it has to be with this many variators. And you're not going to be able to quite see what we're talking about, so again, I'll be dragging it up as I have been, but that's part of the reason why I've done that. Next up, we have blocked paths, which is a variator that basically just combines the blocked doors and the closed rolling gates, and it's usually actually so annoying, and it honestly feels like it adds more like padlock doors and stuff too, but that's probably just because you're trying to find more routes around these blocked ones that it becomes a pain. And I think I'll honestly put the combination of these two in a lower spot than their individual parts, because I just find it super annoying, and it's very like, unless you have like a super long trial that is very difficult and then also has blocked paths, it's rarely an actually threatening difficulty issue, but it just ends up being annoying having to go around them a lot of the time. And again, it slightly rewards map knowledge, but yeah, I think knowing the quicker routes around a small blocked path like a blocked door is more interesting. Just to me, I don't know, this is again very subjective opinions here, but yeah, blocked paths I really don't like seeing in escalation, and I don't like going against it. Next up, we have Gates Lockdown, which is the variator that is actually technically built in to seize the narcotics. It's the first trial that has this built-in mechanic, and it's a pretty cool mechanic. I think it's definitely one of the, well, it's one of the more interesting gate mechanics, I guess I would personally say. Basically, if the gate is over a threshold, and if you cross that threshold, there's a number above the gate that will go down. It starts at 3, and it will go down to when it hits 0, that gate will close, and it will remain closed. But the jammer rig can be used to reset that, which is pretty cool. So overall, I think it's an interesting variator. The only problem with it is, like, aside from on Seize the Narcotics, which was kind of built with that variator in mind, it seems like, it's usually very, very low impact, because there's rarely situations where you need to go over a certain threshold like that multiple times, or 3 times like that, and then even if you do, it's usually not that big a deal to find a way around. So I wouldn't rate it too highly, because although it's a cool idea, cool concept, if there's many trials, like the majority of trials in the game, you will basically not even see the impact of this at all. So yeah, I think it might be interesting if there was another tier of it, Gates Lockdown 2, that started at 1, but maybe that would just be annoying. But then it kind of gives you, like, you can go through this one spot one time and that's it. So I think that could be an interesting idea, but overall, I'm probably just going to leave it down here in the C tier. Like, it's a cool mechanic, but in practice, it's not that impactful or really very interesting. So yeah, I guess that's all I have to say on that one. This next gate is the proximity gates, and this is the version that is built in to teach the police officer. Interesting that both of these are on the police station, the gate specific ones. And it has these little cameras that are on the gate, and they look kind of weird, to be honest, but they have like a laser that shoots out, and if that camera laser thing detects you, it will point at you, and then that will close the gate. So you can hide behind like a nearby object to the gate, wait till the camera stops pointing at you, the gate will open up and you can go through. It's overall a pretty cool mechanic. It is easily bypassed, because if you hit the camera with a brick or bottle or something, it will temporarily disable it, allowing you through regardless of proximity. But overall, I do like it, and it suffers from a similar issue to all of the gate variators, which are, you know, it might not even come into play if the gates are not in important places in the trial. It's also kind of funny to get it on different trials because the lasers can go really, really far, even if they might not spot you from that far away, just because of how the angles of them line up on places you're not used to seeing them. So that could be kind of fun. But again, overall, it's not that big of an impact. I'd definitely put it above proximity gates, because you can get caught out by it sometimes, whereas proximity gates, you're not really going to get caught out because it's you know, it's something you've closed. I'd probably put it like maybe around here-ish for the proximity gates. So yeah, that's that for those. This next one we have here is timed gates, which is the variator that is built into the destroy the evidence trial. And these things are really, really, really annoying. I don't really like these at all. I'd probably, honestly, I'm gonna put these down in the D tier, maybe even like here. The only reason I'm putting it a little bit higher is because this, again, I am gonna keep repeating this, I suppose, but similarly to proximity gates and kind of these as well, it's usually pretty unlikely that this is actually going to have a big impact on your trial experience. Again, a trial that's built around it, like Destroy the Evidence, they can be really, really annoying when you have to go around the entire map to get to the next location. But it is usually not going to be a big deal on trials that the variator itself is present, and on Destroy the Evidence it's not. So yeah, I think it's really annoying because you kind of have no recourse. The jammer can open them temporarily, but you know, if you don't have the jammer, you just, the cycle is, I believe, 2 minutes. You have to wait 2 whole minutes for them to switch. And yeah, I don't know, I'm just not a big fan of that. You know, if you get bad timing or just unlucky with how the gates spawned, you might have to wait, or you know, find a way around, which is, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of them as a mechanic personally. Next up, we have remote control gates, which are present on like Pleasure the Prosecutor, and there's one on Poison the Cattle. Those are the ones that immediately come to mind. These are the gates that you have to open with a little lever. Also, there's one on Liquidate the Union at the start. You have to hold down a lever and then the bars tick up. Also, Release the Prisoners. There's another one. Coil has all these gates, it seems. You hold down a lever, and it's like 5 seconds-ish that it counts up, and then it will open. So these can be fairly annoying at times when you are, you know, but only on the trials themselves. I can't even remember having these on a trial where they made an impact, aside from the ones where they're already built in and in predetermined locations. So again, it's pretty low impact. Can also be opened from afar with the jammer. But yeah, it's usually not going to be a big deal. Sometimes you'll get caught out and spotted while on the lever and have to run away, which can be really annoying. Oh, also Spread the Disease. They're built in to spread the disease to get in and out of the capture points. I'm just thinking of all these. They can be interesting for those types of things, for losing enemies. Like the Jaeger can't obviously open these, and if you time it right, you can close it on her. So it has tech in that regard. I'd probably put them pretty similarly to the proximity gates. Yeah, I mean, these are very similarly rated in my mind, but not extraordinarily interesting. None of the gate ones are really all that groundbreaking. And we're on to the last one of them here, which is noise detector gates. And these are built into like Tilt the Scales of Justice and Gather the Children of God. Basically, they are the gates that have the bar above them. They're also in the Rebirth mansion. There's the bar above them. As you make noise, the bar will increase, and when it hits the max, the gate will close temporarily. So yeah, it's pretty simple how it works. They can be pretty annoying at times. Like if you aren't good at managing the noise you're putting out as you move around, they could catch you out pretty easily, even if you know they're there. So I'd probably put these at a similar level to the other gates that are decent, but maybe even a little bit above them, just because these ones have the highest potential to be impacted, but also the best ability to easily counterplay them without additional equipment like a throwable. So yeah, I think that's That's pretty cool. You can also do tech like using a throwable to trigger a sound detector gate when you're far away, and then when you get there it'll open up, but you've been able to sprint the entire way there, so that's also cool. So yeah, that is the last one for the gate related variators. Next on our list here we have the limited hide spots variators. So starting with limited hide spots 1, basically it's pretty self-explanatory what this variator does. It reduces the number of hiding spots that are available in the trial, and this is generally not that useful, or like interesting rather, on its own. It only really comes into play at all when you have some other variator like cold snap or toxic shock, or I guess permafrost as well. But those are the only ones that would really even care about having this, and so without those high danger supporting variators, this really doesn't shine much. And the only thing it really does in those cases is reduce the usefulness of amps that use hiding spots, hide and restore, hide and heal, hide and breathe, which are not very meta. So yeah, I wouldn't put this too highly. I'll probably put limited hide spots 1 down here in the C tier somewhere. Yeah, not very high, because again, it like requires those other variators to even be interesting at all. Same with limited hide spots 2, although limited hide spots 2 is more impactful, because limited hide spots does reduce the number of hiding spots in the trial by quite a bit, but limited hide spots 2 is even like way more brutal, honestly. There can be multiple rooms next to each other with no hiding spots. Even like full banks of lockers can all be destroyed. So I'd probably put this one a little bit higher up, but still really just requires an additional variator to even have any substantial impact at all. So yeah, both of those will stick around in the C tier. Next up, we have another variator which is not available anymore, and if I remember correctly, this was around during the first Winter Kills event, and it is more secret rooms, which is very interesting. I'm not exactly sure what inspired them to have it in the first Winter Kills. I guess maybe because it's kind of like, getting presents. I'm quickly pulling up my screenshots to try and see that it's on there, just to confirm for myself. But yeah, I don't have all of them selected, but regardless, I do believe it was on there. Actually, nothing, it can't hurt looking it up. Okay, I didn't search for extremely long, but I couldn't find anything about it. Again, it was very brief when it was around, but it would make it so like a main trial could have 2 secret rooms, which is, it's kind of cool. It's not that interesting though, because you're actually not able to use more than 1 booster, which is this is actually where we learned that, because this was around before the boosted amp existed, if I remember right. So you weren't ever able to get more than 1 of the same booster in a trial. I'm pretty sure that this was not available on like MK challenges, like because obviously those don't have secret room locations by default. But that would be cool if it were added back, that it could be used on MK challenges. But overall, it's not super interesting really. It's just kind of a cute little variator. It could be fun to mess around with, and also would be nice to use if I were to make like a guide on all the secret rooms, but that's not really something I can give it a rating for. But yeah, overall, it's okay. It's cute. It's not super exciting. I'll probably put it like maybe top of C, bottom of B tier type area. But it doesn't exist anymore, so we don't have it available in this day and age. Next we have Exit Rush, and Exit Rush is a variator that's been through some changes for sure. It's had several different versions. If I remember right, it was first when you press the button, you would then only have 35 seconds or 30 seconds to escape the trial. I could be wrong on the exact history here, but I think that was originally the first way it worked, and then they changed it so that it would open the shuttle doors immediately upon completing the final objective, but you would still have the full 3 minutes to escape. And then they changed it again to the current version where the shuttle doors open upon completion of the final objective and you only have 35 seconds to get there. I could be wrong on that exact order of operations, but I definitely know that the last two are are definitely how it like it was on 3 minutes for a while and now it's on 35 seconds. So the way it is now, it is actually a very scary Variator to go up against in escalation, because it actually will, you will be just killed immediately. If you go down when the timer is at 0, you will not be able to like self-revive or anything, so it can very easily end your run, because a lot of trials are not super easy to sprint out when when you finish the final objective. This is particularly punishing on Poison the Medicine, which is obviously extremely far away from the shuttle when you finish the final objective. So yeah, that's just an example of it. But even something like Destroy the Evidence can be scary. And any trial really. Some it's also interesting because sometimes this makes a trial easier, because the ending portion can sometimes be scary. Like something like probably Traffic the Product is probably made a bit easier by Exit Rush, things like that. Empty the Vault, anything that spawns you, or anything where you have a hard section at the end, or you are very nearby to the shuttle when you complete the final objective. Open the Gates comes to mind there as well. There's quite a few trials where that is the case, but then there's also several trials where it is very, very difficult, very scary. So I think it's a really cool Variator. It's also used for speed running. I had this on my Grind the Bad Apples trial because you can just go in the shuttle when you get when you get there, instead of having to wait. It saves you a little bit of time. So it's pretty versatile for customs and is also scary in escalation at times. So I think it's a really cool Variator. I like if it was still 3 minutes, it would be really boring and probably in B tier or C tier. But I think I would throw this up in the A tier for this Variator. It's surprisingly spooky at times. Like on Shut Down the Factory, you have to open the garage, and if you get stuck in there, that could be game over. So yeah, Exit Rush is a cool Variator, and I think that the changes they've made to it over the years have ended up making it quite a good one. So yeah. Next up, we have Under Surveillance or Surveillance Cameras, which is one of the event Variators from the Under Surveillance event, which we recently covered on the flashback therapy. And this adds in cameras throughout the trial, which will spot you. Basically, there's cameras that will move back and forth with a red light, and if they spot you in that red light, they will kind of focus on you, which puts you in the light as well. That's an interesting part of these, is if you're in the dark and enemies can't see you, this will make it so you're in the light and they'll be able to see you if you're being pointed at by the camera. Trigger a loud noise notification when they spot you, and then if you continue to be spotted by the camera, you'll eventually start taking damage as well. Getting shocked by it after like a couple of seconds of continuous detection by it. So yeah, this Variator is pretty cool. It suffers from the same, I guess, issue as the Flamethrowers Variator, where the map makes a big difference in how many cameras you see. So you could get a map that has like no cameras at all, and you won't even see any, and it'll be pretty easy. Or you can get a map where there's cameras everywhere, and it's pretty brutal. They can, of course, be destroyed by just a throwable. One single throwable will permanently destroy a camera, so you're able to deal with them in that regard. But these things can be pretty rough, especially when paired with something like bleeding. Even without that, though, on Ultra 2 with More and Deadly Traps 2, these are affected by More and Deadly Traps. These will do a full bar of damage per shock, so they can be very, very annoying with that. And overall, I definitely think they're more interesting than the Flamethrowers, because they have the two components. Like, even if you only barely get spotted and you don't end up taking damage, that still triggers a loud noise notification. It might bring X-Pops to the nearby area and cause you trouble. And yeah, they're overall pretty cool. Sometimes they're in really annoying spots. Like, they love putting one at the top of the barn stairs on like punished miscreants that you can barely see because you're getting blinded by a floodlight when you're climbing those stairs. But that, once you learn things like that, it's not as bad. Sorry, 1 second. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, the cameras are sometimes annoying with those types of spawns, but overall, again, I think they're a bit more interesting than the flamethrowers. You can play, it sort of enforces a bit more of a stealthy playstyle, especially if you're going for an A+, because even just getting spotted by cameras gives you a demerit on your grade as getting spotted. So I would probably put these in the B tier somewhere here. Oh god, we've gotten even slightly larger on the, the size of the list overall has expanded. But yeah, where do I want to put this exactly? Probably pretty high up. Yeah, sharp glass, probably a little bit better than sharp glass, probably somewhere around here. I think the cameras are pretty cool, but the fact that you can destroy them very, very easily makes them less like threatening than they might otherwise be. Let me just zoom this out a little bit. Maybe that will do the trick. Hopefully that's still decently sized for you guys, but there's a lot of variators here, and we're going to be taking a while to go through it. And they're taking up a lot of space. Next up, we have Nostophobia, which is a really cool variator that was released only for a routine therapy that was run last year in 2025. And it's not available in customs, which is very sad, and it doesn't show up in escalation, so you currently can't play with this variator at all. So it's technically like more secret rooms and the others that aren't in the game anymore, but it's only because it was with a specific event that hasn't been run again. I really don't understand why this isn't in customs, because it's a cool variator and I think it could be nice to have. It has a lot of effects, so I'll try and go through them all here. You don't get a loadout, so you get no rig and no amps, and also has like the no player names intel removal. So yeah, it's kind of all about the base Outlast experience, like going back to, it's the upside down cross from Outlast 2, right? The specialist X-Pop will not show up. There's no pusher, no pitcher, no Jaeger, and one of the coolest parts about this, honestly, just for the vibe of the trials, is there are no traps. There's no like prime asset laser traps and no psychosis mines. I think there are still noise traps, but it's very cool having the peace of mind of knowing there's no like traps around that are gonna screw you over. And it can be kind of fun to run around the trials with that. It's like even just already that's a different experience. It also removes the secret room from main trials apparently, which is strange. But yeah, it does say that you are immune to psychosis in this mode, and I think that was found out because this was on Grind the Bad Apples, and even if you got the pipe wrong, the valve wrong, you didn't lose sanity. But there's no other way to lose sanity, like because there's no pushers and no psychosis mines. You also have one less max health, and your night vision battery drains a lot faster in this one. Similar to like the old Outlast games, batteries become more important. And then as far as items, you can only find small batteries and bandages in the trial, aside from like respawn pills and syringes. So yeah, it's just like the old Outlast. True, batteries are important, but batteries and bandages are the only things you can find around. So there's no throwables, nothing to defend yourself with, no rig, of course, like I said. So it's pretty cool. It's very thematic and very fun, and it also had some really cool tasks related to it that you had to complete that were sort of themed around the Outlast 2 achievements, which I thought was really, really cool. So yeah, overall, it's just a really interesting and fun variator, and I really hope they bring it back soon. I'm basically trying to decide if I want it to go in A or S tier. And I think I'm gonna put it up in S tier. It's just super cool, and I think it's a really, really a big shame that it doesn't exist anymore for the time being. I would like to see more variators that are so transformative that they're almost like a different game mode like that. I think it's really cool and interesting, and really highlights the possibilities with the Variator system that Red Barrels has created here. It's really a fantastic and interesting system. So I hope that they bring this back very soon. Next up here we have classified, which is technically not really a variator, but it pretty much gives you a hidden variator, and there's only a certain set of variators that this can give you, but I'm going to kind of talk about it more so as if it could be applied generically to any variator. The wiki lists the following variators: bleeding, blocked paths, cold snap, health sickness, Jaeger, limited inventory 2, limited rig, no radio, no rigs, prime time, sharp glass, stay together, surveillance cameras, and toxic shock as the variators that it can give you. But this is currently only available in the communal rebirth protocol, and it just gives you one of those variators, and you just don't know what it is unless it's an obvious effect until something happens that shows you what it is. But I think this could be pretty cool if it were applied in escalation, if like there's a certain chance or even maybe a guarantee at high levels of escalation that one or more of your variators were hidden with the classified cover over them, and then you have to kind of figure out what they were by playing, or prepare for the worst and expect them all all the worst ones to be the ones that are hidden. So overall, I think it's a cool concept, an interesting idea, and also helps reward thoughtful and knowledgeable players who can notice the small things that might indicate a certain variator is present or not, like the vents on the floor that indicate toxic shock, things like that, maybe hearing a prime time related voice line from the trial's main prime asset. So I think overall it's pretty cool. It's currently rather underutilized, and the limited set of variators it can apply is kind of lame, so that is a bit of a sadness to it, but I still like it, and I think it could be interesting in the future if they expand its use. So I'll probably put it somewhere here in the B tier. I'm thinking maybe like right up here, right around with prime time-ish location. So yeah, that is classified. Next up here we have locked items, and locked items basically does what it says. Most items can only be found in locked containers, and that is a very key word there, most. It doesn't lock up all the items, and not even all the containers are necessarily locked. So yeah, it's a little bit weird because of that, and I'm not a huge fan of this variator because it disrupts the guaranteed rewards that you can get from locked containers. If you don't know, the way the game is supposed to work, since they made this change a while ago, you used to be able to open blue containers, the toolboxes, and get rig rechargers out of any of them. Same with large meds out of the red ones. But now when you unlock a padlocked toolbox, you're supposed to get a large battery and a rig recharger, and when you unlock a padlocked medical cabinet, you're supposed to get a bandage and a large medicine. Sometimes you get 2 large batteries, sometimes you get 2 bandages, which is called getting scammed. I think that's a bug, but when locked items is around, it pretty much means there could be anything in those. You could get a small medicine and nothing else, an adrenaline and a small medicine. You could still get a large medicine and a bandage. But it's not. There's nothing guaranteed, and it's kind of annoying when you have this variator and you maybe don't realize it, and you go out of your way to open one of the locked containers, and you're disappointed with the results. So yeah, overall, it's not that interesting, and it removes one of the mechanics that I come to rely on a lot of the time in escalation for finding heals and things like that. So yeah, I'll probably put it down in the C tier because it doesn't really meaningfully impact the gameplay that much, but it's also rather annoying. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it down there in the C tier. Locked items. I might honestly put it up higher if it made it so that all items were locked up, like you couldn't find a single item aside from lockpicks out and about, and there were more lockpicks. Even things like throwables were locked up in like throwable containers or something. I think that, even though it would be more of a pain, would be a lot more interesting because it would have a greater impact and require you to engage with it to get any items at all. But right now, that's not how it works. Next up, we have limited items, which has 3 levels. I don't currently know. I guess I'll just drag them all up here. I don't know if this limited items 3 thing is actually real. You won't see this Variator ever. This is just built into Ultra 2. So I don't know if this icon exists in the game or is made up by the wiki or whatever, but it does exist right here. And yeah, that's the one and only Variator that has a level 3 version. So it's kind of interesting in that regard. Basically, limited items does what it says. It limits the amount of items in the trial. So you'll have, you know, quite a few items removed with limited items 1. Limited items 2 will remove a bunch of items, and limited items 3 will basically remove almost all items from the trial and is very close to having no items at all. I think that the Variators are decent, but I think limited items 3 for me personally goes a little bit too far. There's just a ridiculously low number of items, and I would rather, instead of having, I mean, I talked about this a little bit when I was discussing Ultra 2, I would rather have limited items 2 and then also the possibility of getting a Variator like no items at all, which would make it so you have none on that specific trial. Instead of this constant, very limited number of items, but that's just my opinion, I guess. I'd probably put limited items 3 down in the C tier because, again, I think it's a little too harsh and not, yeah, I'm going to leave it down there and not that great. As far as the other two, I think they're fine. Limited items 1 is honestly not that big of an impact in most of the cases, but limited items 2 can definitely make a big difference. And you certainly notice the difference between, you know, weeklies that have limited items 2 on it and weeklies that don't have it. You have much more access to throwables and things like that. Limited items 1 you'll mostly only see in like intensive difficulty, so it's not even around that often, but and it's again not that interesting of a Variator. There's nothing special about these. They're just a blanket reduction in the number of items in the trial. So yeah, I'll probably put them, you know, I'll probably put limited items 1 like here-ish, low in the B tier, and then actually honestly limited items 1 can go in the C tier, maybe like there, and then limited items 2 I'll put like right around there in the B tier because it actually has like I think this one's the best balanced and has a decent impact while not being over the top like limited items 3 because it's too much. And we have added another row. Let me check, is it okay on the screen? Maybe we should zoom out one more touch. I hope this doesn't become too small for people to see, but yeah. Next up here we have no medical items, and this will start the slew of Variators that remove an item type completely, which I think are kind of more interesting than the just blanket reduction in item spawns because it you know, it targets a specific kind of item and removes those, and that makes it, you know, a bit more of a, you know, something you can cater towards with custom trials, or that make them specifically more brutal in escalation. And these are important for escalation because, again, at Ultra 2 you can't get the no items Variator, so you'll have to get like a specific Variator that removes certain items to have them not be present at all in the trial. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. Yeah, no medical items, very obvious, removes all the medical items that you can get. So small medicines, large medicines, and bandages are removed. You can still get revive items like syringes and respawn pills. Also, very importantly, none of these, well, actually that's not true. Most of these Variators don't affect the secret room. So with no medical items, you can still get a health booster and 2 large medicines, usually, depending on other Variators. Like Countdown sometimes replaces some of the things in the secret room with extenders, but no medical items will not remove those things from the secret room. You can still get them from there on main trials, so that's kind of worth noting. But overall, this is one of the most brutal of the specific item Variators because interestingly, like the most scary part of it a lot of the time ends up being you don't have access to antidotes, and antidotes are very, very important to help you survive the extreme psychosis that you'll find at high escalation. And if you could get this coupled with something like bleeding and psychosis damage, you could have a really rough time in the trial if you end up getting into a psychosis from one hit of bleeding and you don't have an antidote to cure it. So overall, I think it's a good Variator. It has high impact, and it's cool that it's directly targeted. So I'd probably put it up in the B tier, even though I don't like seeing it and it's scary to go against. I think it's definitely a good Variator, and I like the approach that they've taken with these to have them be, so specific and very interesting. So yeah, we'll go ahead and move on to the next one, which is no revives. And I'm just going to say this right now. I have absolutely no idea what this is supposed to be. What is this picture? I've never understood what this no revives picture is meant to be showing. Like, yeah, I cannot fathom what this is meant to be. So if you have any idea, please let me know in the comments. Some people said it was supposed to be a syringe, like on my stream. I just don't see that at all. But I have no idea what it could be. So yeah, anyways, no revives basically does what it says. It removes the respawn pills and syringes from the trial, and this actually does affect the secret room only in multiplayer trials, basically, because the syringe will not be in the secret room. But if you're in a solo, the respawn pill will still be there, which is pretty weird, but that is how it works. I think that maybe that's an oversight or a bug or something, but still. This also will remove any stocked up revives that you have from taking pills previously. So in normal trials like customs or Genesis, obviously you start with 0 because of no revives and you won't be able to find any pills. But if you're in escalation, you can have 5 revive pills stacked up from doing prior trials. And if you go into a trial with no revives, then that will still be knocked down to 0, and then you won't be able to find any pills elsewhere. So yeah, this can very quickly become scary as a bit of a run killer, since, if you die once, you are unable to come back unless you have something like self-revive. So it's certainly a scary Variator. However, it's not as interesting as something like no medical items, I don't think, because even if you have this, if you don't have like no amps or like also some difficult Variators on top of it, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. No medical items can be scary even without specific super difficult Variators on top, because any small mistake of taking damage can lead to being in a scary situation. It's still high impact, and on my big escalation run, which I fairly recently lost, it was part of the reason why we lost it. It was coupled with no amps, and we ended up dying. But yeah, it's usually something you don't have to worry too much about, and you can mostly get through trials without even noticing it's there. But it can sometimes get you, and can be pretty scary. So since it does have at least some impact, I'm gonna put it here in the B tier, but it's gonna be a little bit lower, probably somewhere down here compared to the no medical items. Next, we have the final Variator that removes a specific kind of item, and that is no tech items. And no tech items will remove all rig rechargers and batteries, and apparently it also reduces the spawn rate of lockpicks, which is debatable if that's true. I have seen, like, anecdotally that does seem to be fairly true, like you get fewer lockpicks even though there are still some around. I'm not sure if that's actually true. It doesn't actually say that on the wiki here, but yeah, that's kind of like a rumor I've heard. The important thing with this is that even though it does remove rig rechargers and batteries, there are still batteries on door traps that you can harvest for night vision. And if you're in a trial like open the gates or grind the bad apples, there's going to be batteries that you can grab from the trial objectives. So it's less impactful than it otherwise might be if the batteries on door traps were also removed, because being in the dark without your night vision battery is pretty scary sometimes and can have a big impact. But as long as you're diligent about harvesting door trap batteries, this is never really going to come into play. And I mean, not having rig rechargers is a small detriment, but is not really that big of a deal usually. So this is probably the least impactful of these Variators, but I do still like it kind of because it's got the targeted aspect of it. And the interesting thing is, for like speedrunning, you can throw this on there to potentially get more adrenalines to spawn, because if there's less spots where it could be a battery spawning or something, maybe there'll be more adrenalines that spawn instead. I don't even know if that's actually a thing, but it's a speculation that I've heard, and you can potentially just throw this on to a speedrun set of variators to give that small benefit. That being said, it's very low impact because of the fact that batteries are findable elsewhere, and it's not going to really end up getting you killed in any case. So I would probably put it down in the C tier, since it's kind of boring, not that interesting, but I still like the idea of these variators. So yeah, next up we have a somewhat similar variator to the prior few, which is only throwable items. So this makes it so that you only have bricks and bottles in the trial as items. You will still have the stuff in the secret room, again, as always. And I don't actually know if I don't think only throwable items removes revive pills and syringes. But I could honestly be wrong about that. The wiki doesn't actually specify here, but it is, as far as I know, it is not the case that it removes them. Maybe I'm wrong there, so if I am, please let me know in the comments. But only throwables is quite impactful. It basically combines the effects of no medical items and no technical items into one variator, if you think about it, because there'll be only throwables, so there's no meds and no tech, but you still can find bricks and bottles. Interestingly, this is the only way to get rid of medical items on no running, which for some reason doesn't allow the no medical items variator, but does allow the only throwable variator. That might be an oversight, but I don't know why they wouldn't allow no medical items in like a custom for no running. I really don't think there should be any arbitrary restrictions on customs like that, because unless it's like something that breaks the game, I don't see why we shouldn't be allowed to run those types of trials if we want to. But yeah, overall it's kind of similar in difficulty and scariness to no medical items, because as I talked about, no tech is not really that big of a deal. If it also has no revives on it, then it would be quite scary, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Maybe I should quickly load up the game and test it myself. I kind of want to do that. I know it certainly doesn't remove your existing revive pills. If it does, it potentially, maybe it removes the stuff on the walls. I'm gonna go check. Okay, I just loaded up the game to check, and no, only throwables does not remove revive pills or things like that from the wall. So yeah, I didn't think it did. I was correct in that. I just wanted to double check to be sure. So I would probably rate this, honestly, fairly similarly to no medical items, maybe a little bit higher because of the very niche but kind of impactful benefit for hard customs that it is the only way to remove adrenalines from no running, as far as I understand. So that's why it's slightly higher, but otherwise it's very similar in impact because of how that ends up working out. And next up we have no items in trial, which is very simple in what it does. It basically just removes all of the normal items from the trial. This similarly also does not remove like the revive pills and syringes and things, but it does remove anything else. There are still door trap batteries available, so I mean it basically just, again, combines no tech and no medical items, but then also removes the throwables as well. So yeah, this is a variator you won't see in high escalation currently because of Ultra 2 preventing it from showing up, but still, it is it's definitely scary when you end up getting no items at all in the trial. I would rate it fairly similarly to only throwables. Obviously, having throwables is really nice, especially if you have cameras or flamethrowers, and they can be useful for defending yourself. But I wouldn't say it's that much big of a leap, or it's not that big of a leap in difficulty over only throwables, if that makes any sense. Also, it's important to note that none of these variators about items impact things like time extenders for countdown, so you don't have to, like, if you get no items in trial and countdown, there will still be time extenders. Those are considered like special items that will always spawn. But yeah, as far as no items, I would probably, again, put it similarly. All the stuff I've already said about the others applies. It just has the additional wrinkle of no throwables, which can make it a bit more difficult, but is not that, not that big of a step up in difficulty. So we'll throw it there in the B tier and move on to the next one. Next up here, we have Naked and Afraid, which is a variator that is currently unavailable. This is only found during its respective weekly, which I believe has run twice ever. They had it one time and then ran it again. I can actually check my little spreadsheet for that fact, or it's not a spreadsheet, it's a notepad. Maybe it should be a spreadsheet, but yeah, if I search for it in here, it first ran in February of 2024 and then again in July of 2024. Oh, and they actually had it a third time in March of 2025. So it's run 3 separate times as a weekly, but is otherwise unavailable. It's not in Trialmaker and it's not in Escalation. I don't know why this one's not in Trialmaker. It's kind of similar to Nostophobia. Like, why would this not be in Trialmaker? It just is a variator that's from a weekly. I mean, it totally should be, in my opinion. It has an interesting set of effects. It's basically removes your rig, so you don't get a rig, and then you spawn into the trial with a small medicine, an antidote, and a battery, and that's all you get. There's no items in the trial. Now, back when this first ran, and I think I have a video on that, I'm pretty sure I was making videos by then. This was like the peak of difficulty at the time, which nowadays, seeing all the crazy stuff we have is whoops, kind of funny to think about. It's honestly not that difficult because you do get a couple of items to start things off with, and you still get like your amps and prescriptions, so those aren't removed. But I still think it's a cool variator. I do like these variators that have like a bundle of effects. But I'll definitely be rating this lower than I would have back in the day when I thought it was super duper hard. Probably you do get the antidote, at least one antidote, so I'd probably put it on the low side of B tier. It would be a lot more interesting and make more sense for the Naked and Afraid moniker if it also didn't let you bring amps in. That might push it up a little bit higher. But right now it's probably low B tier, and it's, again, annoying that we can't use this in customs if we want to. Although this one in particular might, I mean, this and Nostophobia might have conflicts with a lot of variators, but even still, just have those conflicts exist and let us still make the trial with any variators that are available that can still be used with it. Next up, we have Limited Intel, which basically gives you a lower amount of intel. I don't really understand the exact impact of this. Maybe it means you need to be closer to an objective for the intel to show up or something like that. But overall, the limited intel variator doesn't seem like it has a big impact because getting intel at all is quite powerful. So it's definitely worth having any intel, and you know, the only big thing that actually makes it large impact is no intel, which removes all details. So I wouldn't rate this one very highly. It's pretty low impact, not very interesting. Probably put it down in the C tier because I don't think it really has that much applicability in making the game more interesting. Next, we have no intel. So this is the one I was talking about that is more interesting. You will get no highlighted assignment details throughout the entire trial. So this is what I'm used to playing with the most, and makes kind of the most sense to me as a difficulty increase to make sure you know what you're doing and where you're going. I wouldn't say it has a massive impact. As long as you've done the trials a few times, you know where things are for the most part. So this will just sort of make sure you have to actually search for things like the key corpses. It won't highlight where they all are for you immediately when you're nearby. But yeah, overall, I don't see it as being a huge deal. I'd probably put it in low B tier here because it's not that interesting or impactful, but it is kind of like essential to making the high difficulty trials actually feel difficult, or because if the objectives were just handheld pointed out to you at all times, it would kind of be lame even on a high difficulty, I guess. Next here we have Health Sickness, which is a variator that is not super difficult or punishing on its own, but in high escalation and combined with other difficult variators can be extremely scary. Basically, all health sickness does is it puts you at 1 bar of max health when you start the trial, and there will be pills around the trial on the walls that will give you your health back. So if you start the trial with 1 bar of max health, you need to find 3 pills on the walls and consume them, and each pill will give you a bar of max health back. And when you take the pill, it does give you a full bar of health. It doesn't give you like an empty bar. So at least there's that. But you can like start a trial with this and have 1 bar of health and get bleeding and no running, and then not notice and just take 1 sprint step, and then you die if you don't have a healing item like a bandage or a medicine. So that is very scary. Similar situation, you can have health sickness and under surveillance and not notice a camera nearby at the start and get killed in 1 hit by the camera because of the Ultra 2 damage increase. It's honestly very scary, but at the same time, it's definitely manageable. As long as you play carefully and are observant and hunt for them, you can find health sickness pills on the walls to get you back up to full health. And then once you're back at full max health, the Variator is no longer, it has no impact from then on. One of the most interesting things about it as well is that in escalation, if you want to, you can kind of play around this or counterplay it by bringing health sickness pills between trials. So you keep them in your inventory, and then when you actually get the health sickness Variator, you can come out of the shuttle and take 1, maybe 2 pills, and then be already in a pretty good spot to be able to safely complete the trial. Also, you can take a health booster, which will still give you 1 max health, but it will not restore like all of it. So if you come out of the trial and you take a health booster, you will get 1 max health. So you'll have 2 bars, and then you can still take 3 pills to get up to 5 bars. Overall, I think it's a really cool Variator. I think it's well implemented. Sometimes the pills can be too rare, in my opinion, to even find on the walls. Like I did investigate the Minotaur once on my no loadout, no revives run, and I found 1 pill in the entire trial, and I looked quite carefully for them. I think when it's paired with Countdown, it potentially fights for space on the wall to spawn things with time extenders, and that can cause it to spawn a lot fewer pills. But overall, I think it's a really cool Variator. I think I would put this up in the A tier. It's unique, it's interesting, and it's high difficulty and impactful. I'd probably put it honestly up here with Enraged as a very interesting and cool Variator. I like it a lot, and yeah, it's kind of fun to have the counterplay ability as well of bringing things between the trials with you. Next up here we have Permanent Damage, which is a Variator that also adds in pills on the wall that are the same type of pill as health sickness pills. It basically makes it so that damage is permanent. So if you take a full bar of damage from any source, that will reduce your max health by 1 bar. But there are pills around that you can take to get that 1 bar of health back. And that fact is kind of what makes this Variator a little bit lame, because there are pills everywhere. The pills are super frequent to spawn with this Variator, to the point that oftentimes it makes the trial easier than if the Variator weren't around at all, which doesn't sound right for something called permanent damage. That sounds like it should be a difficult Variator to go against, but literally, like, you will find rooms with 5 pills all in them, and you can very easily, like, if this comes with no medical items, as far as I understand, you still do get the pills. And yeah, I don't really understand the idea of this being enforced with the pills making it so much easier to deal with. I think there should be a second version of this Variator, Permanent Damage 2 perhaps, that does not have pills at all, and that would make it a lot more scary and actually dangerous. But as it is right now, it only serves to sometimes make a trial easier, if anything, and if it otherwise it's like not that big a deal, and it allows you to farm pills for potential future health sickness. This also kind of counters Toxic Shock, because it's Toxic Shock does the same thing with permanent damage. So if you have the permanent damage Variator and Toxic Shock, you take a damage from Toxic Shock, you can just take a pill from permanent damage and get your health back. So yeah, I think it's a good idea, but the pills just kind of make it too easy. So I would put this pretty low down in the like the D tier. It has a Variator that's not that great of a design for what it is meant to be. And I'm thinking about it now, and I feel like I have to put Don't Make Noise down in the F tier. I know I said I might do that, and yeah, it just belongs in the F tier, doesn't it? It just doesn't make any sense that the enemies are that blind and can't see you. So yeah, F tier for Don't Make Noise. Permanent damage going at the bottom. Actually, you know, pitchers are worse. I hate pitchers. But we'll put permanent damage there in the D tier, because again, it doesn't really make sense that it kind of makes the game easier for the most part, and yeah, I think it could use some tweaks. Although I know a lot of people would not like it if it didn't have the pills. It just would make a lot more sense in my opinion. But hey, maybe that's just my escalation brain talking. Next up here, we have Limited Inventory and Limited Inventory 2. These are obviously the same type of Variator. What they do is disable inventory slots. So if you have Limited Inventory 1, you lose 1 inventory slot. If you have Limited Inventory 2, you lose 2 inventory slots. So if you have Limited Inventory 2 and you don't have prescriptions for whatever reason, like there's level 1 or the no prescriptions Variator, or you haven't purchased them yet, you will have 1 inventory slot on the trial. So it can be pretty brutal, pretty punishing, and there are a lot of high difficulty custom trials that are built around that fact because of newer trials like Season Narcotics and Despoil the Auction that rely very heavily on having inventory slots. Giving you only 1 in those cases is incredibly brutal, and it is currently pretty much the main driving factor for one of the currently thought to be impossible trials that is out there, which is known as Entertain the Corpses, which is on Despoil the Auction with 1 inventory slot, and Countdown and a bunch of other really difficult Variators. Nobody's completed that in solo, and it's thought to potentially not be doable in solo at all. So yeah, it is definitely high impact, high difficulty. I am personally not the biggest fan of these Variators because although it does increase the difficulty, it kind of like it's a good amount, or like to me the difficulty is I guess fun in the fact that it makes you have less items that you can use. You know, you can't carry around a bunch of items like full heals and antidotes and stuff, which is, you know, kind of reasonable. But when it intersects with objective items, I don't really find that enjoyable a lot of the time. So it's kind of like a conflict there for me. But it is interesting that you know that the inventory is used in a lot of objectives these days, and potentially they're going to be doing that more in the future. So I can see why people like having it for that extra challenge. I think I would put Limited Inventory 1 sort of top of the C here, because that one you don't really even see that much, and it's not that big of a deal because at worst you can have 2 inventory slots, and then if you have, you know, like the prescription and everything, you'll have 3, which is, you know, even the default on Genesis Psychosurgery, so you're not going to struggle too much with that most of the time. So it's kind of like similar to like Limited Items 1. It's just like, you know, that's kind of there and not going to be that big of a deal. As far as Limited Items 2, one thing that's also annoying with this is the fact that you can't bring more items between trials. So that is in escalation, of course. So that is kind of like an additional difficulty added on by it that feels really punishing. Like if you get 1 inventory slot on a trial where you had previously carried through like a full heal, 2 health pills, and an antidote, you can at best leave with your full heal only, like 1 item, even if you play the trial perfectly, which kind of feels bad, but is kind of just the nature of it. So I mean, I'd probably put it similar to the Limited Items 2 placement. Like these kind of feel a bit of the same to me a little bit. I mean, this actually is much more impactful than that. So I guess I'd probably put it up a little higher. It makes sense as a Variator. It's interesting, and you know, difficult, but I'm not sure it's, you know, it's not my preferred version of something that makes things more difficult. Moving on to the next variator we have is no player names, and this is again a variator that's very simple and just does what it says. It removes the player names for teammates, and this also importantly removes them for imposters as well, which, I mean, imposters, AI imposters is what I'm talking about here, are usually pretty easy to identify anyways, so this doesn't really make a big impact there. But honestly, not having this, like, this variator almost feels like it should just be the default way the game works. It feels a little weird to be able to see everyone's names when you look around the trial, but maybe that's good for like really new players and seeing like where their friends are located and stuff like that. But even still, it definitely feels like it would harm the immersion a little bit in that regard, even still. But I don't know. I mean, like, if someone's dying or dead on the floor, you can still see where they are, even with this variator, which is obviously important. It doesn't, that's not a name, that just shows the icon. So if your teammates are struggling, this will not prevent you from finding them. So I don't really know where I would want to rank a variator that feels like it should almost be part of the base kit of the game. But yeah, like any difficulty above the basics, you will have this always applied and not really see the player names. I think it's good that way, and also will help to emphasize communication more than just looking and seeing where people are. So I would put this, I guess, pretty highly, since I think it's pretty important, but it's not like it's super impactful. So I don't know, I'll probably just leave it in the B tier here somewhere, more towards the top end. I think it's definitely something that should almost always be on the trials, I guess. Next, we're going to be moving into the rig-related variators, so this should be somewhat interesting. First up, we have Rig's Extended Cooldown, which makes the rig cooldown 2.5 times longer, which is a massive increase, and this is, of course, built into Psychosurgery on Genesis and in weeklies. I kind of think this is almost too long of an increase. This is basically what I talked about in the Psychosurgery, like way at the beginning of the video. It feels like it's almost too long, because at that point you pretty much are just going to rely on rig rechargers if you want to use your rig multiple times. So I think maybe it should honestly be tapped down a little bit to still be impactful, like 1.5 to 2 times, probably 2 times the cooldown would maybe be a good spot to put it at. And then it will be a little bit more reasonable for you to just consider waiting out the cooldown rather than just saying, I'm just going to go find a rig recharger. I don't know if that really even makes sense as a valid criticism of it, but that's just how it feels to me. Like, I guess that means it's more difficult because it makes you want to go get a rig recharger, but that also already exists in the form of limited rig, which just means you need a rig recharger. So yeah, I don't really know. It feels too long to me. Mostly for the more used rigs like Stun Blind and Jammer. X-Ray and Barricade, it isn't too bad, which I guess is a good point of balancing for it, but that would still be the case for 2 times, and then it would feel a bit more reasonable for Stun and Blind. I'll probably put this one in the C tier. I think it's a good variator to exist, but the numbers could maybe use some tweaking, so I'll probably put it decently high up in the C tier, because again, I think it's not a bad variator in and of itself. It's just a little bit too long at the moment. Next, we have the variator we just mentioned, which is limited rig, and this is very simple. It means that rigs do not have a cooldown at all. You must use a rig recharger to recharge a rig, and this can be pretty punishing, kind of annoying sometimes. If you have no technical items, then you can only use your rig once. If you have no rig upgrades, you need a rig recharger to use your rig at all, because you don't have the prepared unlock, which allows you to use it at the beginning of the trial. I normally find this kind of annoying and not that interesting, just because I'm more than likely just not going to bother looking for a rig recharger and just, have my one rig use in the trial and be fine with that. Although, I mean, it obviously it's good that there is the option. Also, as far as I understand, in my amps tier list, I talked about how short circuit didn't work with this because the wiki said that, but apparently that's not true, and it does still work with, short circuit does work with this. So it's cool that it can encourage use of a different amp than, the meta, which is, always a nice thing to have. But overall, it's just, I guess with amps that have this sort of impact, I would hope that you would want to go out of your way to still use your rig. But this, I guess it's partially because of the fact that rig rechargers can only be found in locked containers, where it's like you have to go find a lockpick, then find the locked container, open it up. I mean, when you have Lockbreaker, this becomes a bit of an easier task, I guess you could say. So it's interesting. It encourages different uses of amps maybe than the normal. So I wouldn't say it's terrible, but it's also just, I don't know, it doesn't inspire me too much. I would put it above Rig's extended cooldown for now, because essentially Rig's extended cooldown is like this, but so it's like not serving its own unique purpose when this is already existing, I guess. So I'll probably leave this one in C tier as well. I mean, I play a lot of no loadout recently when I don't even have a rig, so there's also that, I guess, kind of consideration. But I don't think that's necessarily fair. Like, oh, if you don't have a rig, then this Variator means nothing. But it does bring into consideration the thought of potentially, something that's been talked about a lot is custom escalation, where if you want to go no loadout, you can also remove rig modifying variators to help you out there. So yeah. Anyways, I'll leave that one in the C tier, and we'll move on to the next one, which is no rig upgrades, which is a Variator I don't really like either, kind of for the same reason of Rig's extended cooldown. I mean, for the majority of the time you're playing the game, I would say you either have all your upgrades or you don't. Like, there's a very short amount of time that you are partially completed on your upgrades of your rig. I mean, unless you're doing a weird upgrade order, I guess. So having no rig upgrades, I mean, rigs are super, super bad without rig upgrades in general. I mean, like, especially like X-Ray. X-Ray is almost useless without upgrades. Jammer is way worse. I mean, every rig is way, way worse without upgrades. So it almost feels like at that point you basically might as well have no rig. You don't even get it at the start of the trial. The prepared upgrade is kind of crazy how impactful it feels, especially on psychosurgery. If you have no rig upgrades with extended rig cooldown, you might as well have no rig on at all. Even still, if you have normal rig cooldown with no rig upgrades, still might as well not have a rig a lot of the time. I mean, you can still use like your stun, but you actually have to, I mean, maybe it's good that you have to aim the stun better, but then the duration is much shorter. I don't know. It just ends up being annoying, and it's just about as impactful as no rig. So, but I don't really know how you could change this. Maybe making the base rigs a little bit stronger and less reliant on the upgrades themselves, but I also don't think that would necessarily be a good change, especially just for this Variator. So I mean, I think again it's kind of fine as it is. It's just not that interesting to me, and it doesn't have that big of an impact on the whole trial overall. I mean, having no rig upgrades is annoying, but it's not going to ruin things for you. So I'd probably put this below the other two. Maybe it's still down here in the C tier as not that interesting of an amp, but it does its job. Next up, we have Damage Disables Rig, which basically makes Coil's Prime Asset ability the default for any source of damage that you take, and it lasts for 30 seconds. So if you get hit, your rig is disabled for 30 seconds. This is also pretty annoying, but it is a bit more interesting, I think, than any of the others we've talked about so far, because it adds a little bit of a skill element. You should probably use your rig to avoid the damage, and then you don't have the disable happening. It also adds some incentive to use hide and restore, because that will remove the disable effect if you do hide in the time that it's active. So yeah, I mean, it's a pretty simple thing that how it works. I think this Variator, along with the next one we're going to talk about, as well as a few others in the near future here, are kind of brought down a little bit by the really, really annoying tentacles that appear when you're at low sanity. I do not think the low sanity tentacles should trigger on damage effects because they are incredibly annoying and just often waste your time by just sitting in your way, and you have some sort of additional Variator, so you don't want to go through them, but you're not, even if you're not being actively chased, you just have to sit there and wait. If you are being chased, you maybe have to just reroute your pathing. I don't know, the Psychosis tentacles are just, I don't know, I kind of wish they didn't exist at all because of how they work. I mean, the Skinner Man in full Psychosis is dangerous enough, although the thing is with the tentacles, I think their main purpose is to hinder you as opposed to be an actual source of damage. They slow you down. Maybe if they removed the damage from the tentacles and just made them slow you down, that could be a potential way of making them less stupid when combined with Variators like this. Because right now you can just jump. If you time the jump properly, you will not get staggered by the tentacle. So I think that could be a cool tech to use to get through them, and is potentially risky. I mean, just jumping through something is never necessarily safe. You could land on a mine or a trap or some sort of bad situation. So removing the damage from the tentacles so they don't trigger effects like this, and having them still give you the stagger but have that play counterable by the jump, I think would put them in a much better spot. This ended up just being a discussion about that, but that's what comes into play a lot of the time with these because of how common bad trip is, which we haven't talked about yet. But because of how common that is, you get the tentacles a lot of the time, and that will trigger this. I mean, I think this is an okay Variator when it's just against enemies who will do damage to you, although it can also be really annoying against things like the Pitcher and Franco, who will just chip damage you out of nowhere and give you the disabled effect. So yeah, that is my thoughts on that. I guess overall I'd probably put it pretty high up compared to the other, maybe similar to Limited Rig in terms of the impact it has. I'd probably put it slightly above Limited Rig. Could even be bottom of B tier, but we're sticking it with the C tier for now. Next up, we have a very similar Variator, which I dislike a lot more, which is Damage Restarts Rig, and this has the similar issue with the tentacles that I already ranted about, but it's also just way more punishing than the Disables Rig. It literally restarts your rig cooldown. If you have this combined with Rig's extended cooldown, you might as well just never expect to use your rig. I don't really like it as a concept. I think the Disables Rig does this job much better. The fact that it restarts the entire rig, I mean, the difference between 30 seconds and the full cooldown is just going to be the in-between waiting time. Like, the 30-second disable is enough of an impact to potentially get you killed if you were going to rely on it for getting away from the chase you're in at that time. But if you get away, then you're going to get away within 30 seconds, and then your rig is on cooldown for another 100+ seconds, where you could just wait out the timer or have to use a rig recharger. Which is fair enough, I guess, but I don't know. I don't really like it, and I would just prefer that the Disable Rig was the only one that existed. But yeah, I don't know. I just think it's too punishing for small amounts of chip damage to fully restart your rig cooldown in general. And even though, again, rigs aren't like necessarily the cornerstone of the game, it just feels really bad to go against. I think that is a pretty decent thing to put in the D tier for me, maybe towards the top end of it though, because it's still a reasonable Variator. But things I have in the D tier are basically that they feel kind of bad to play against. They're not really fun, I guess. Like they make things harder, sure, but in a way that is not fun at all. And I kind of want to put more pitchers in the F tier, because the pitcher just killed my escalation run last night, but nah, we'll leave it out. We'll leave it out of there for now, but maybe I'll come back in Vindictive Wrath later and put it in F tier. Lastly, for the rig variators, we have no rigs. So this is very simple. It just removes your rig entirely, means you don't get a rig for the trial. And I think this one is probably, out of all the rig related variators, my favorite one, because it's simple and it completely removes your rig. It doesn't have weird little caveats on what damage sources are going to trigger it, or, you know, making you have to go find rig rechargers or not. I think even though it is simple, it has high impact and it's easy to understand. And, you know, I think it certainly exposes people who rely on their rig too much as, you know, if you don't have your rig around and you get smacked down very quickly, then, you know, that just kind of it can teach you a lot of the ways to deal with enemies without having an actual defense source. So I think it's quite good. I'd probably put it up somewhere near like no medical items, maybe below that, but, you know, similar to that in terms of, like, you know, can be high impact if you're not prepared for it, but it's certainly not the worst thing in the world. And we have to zoom out a little bit more as we just added another row, but hopefully it's still plenty visible. Next up, we have kind of an interesting variator. You might not even recognize it. This is Thieves Loadout, which was a weekly that ran, it's so far only run one time. And let me check my spreadsheet, or not, I keep calling it a spreadsheet. It's literally a notepad. Where's Thieves Loadout? Thieves Loadout was the 12th weekly they ever ran, and it went from February 27th, 2024 to March 5th, 2024. So it was, again, as usual, a week long for the weekly, and that's the only time it's ever been run. It has not come back, and it's been almost 2 years. And it had this special variator, which ended up making it very similar to the more recently released Confinement Weekly. Basically, it has you start the trial with 2 lockpicks and also 1 less inventory slot, and would have more items in locked containers. So it's kind of, this was released like before padlock doors existed, I'm pretty sure, and then also it was before the locked items variator. So it kind of introduced locked items, but I remember when I played it, I do have a video on this weekly on my YouTube if you want to watch me play it. It's in the old version where I have one video for each trial, but not very many of the, or like not all the items were locked up, and again, not all of the containers were locked. Similarly to my this has very similar issues to my complaints about locked items. I think it would be much more interesting if it included throwables being locked up in their own type of container. I think that would be kind of cool. Apparently, according to the wiki, and this is something I can't really test, but maybe I could go back and watch my own video and find out, potentially this also increases rig cooldown time. I don't know by how much, but that's kind of interesting because it gives you more of a reason to actually go out and use those lockpicks on those toolboxes to get rig rechargers. But even still, with that additional caveat, it's not that interesting. It's kind of like locked items, but with more of a thematic, standard around it, with including the lockpicks by default and reducing your inventory slot. But yeah. Oh, also one thing I forgot to mention is no rigs will also mean rig rechargers will not spawn. So it's good that they have that consideration. So you'll waste your time looking for those. But yeah, so Thieves Loadout, I think overall it's cool. I would say I prefer it to locked items since it's more thematic and has a more interesting couple of additional caveats to it. But it's not that big of an impact, really. I'd probably put it kind of low B tier, similar, I guess, ish to Naked and Afraid in terms of like it's a thematic variator. It has some interesting effects, but it's not going to be that big of a deal. And this is, of course, one that these kinds of like thematic variators. You have Thieves Loadout, you have Naked and Afraid, you have Nostophobia. They have like pretty big changes, but these are all not available in Trial Maker, which again I think is a pretty big shame. So yeah, I wonder if we'll ever see this variator come back. I don't really know. I would assume they want to rerun the weekly at some point so people can get the poster, but yeah, it's been almost 2 years now since that one came around, so you won't see that in game currently. Next up here, we have a lot of the player limiting variators. First up being no amps, and amps are very, very strong. Of course, they have a lot of very powerful effects that can kind of give you more power than maybe some of them should. I have an amps tier list, of course, that we just did. Noise reduction in particular is very, very strong, as are like last chance and self revive. So I think this is a good variator. It's reasonable. I mean, it's not gonna be, you know, that interesting. There's not a lot to talk about. It's just it just removes your amps. It's a restriction that makes the game more difficult, and I think removing amps is reasonable enough to you know, be a pretty good restriction without being over the top necessarily. So I would probably put this in the B tier. I think it's maybe a little bit above, probably somewhere around this category of impact of like only throwables, no items, no amps. Maybe I'd put it one above there. This honestly I kind of want to put back here for some reason, just looking at it. But yeah, no amps. Again, simple, not really a lot to talk about with it. I'm going to throw it in the B tier. Next, we have no prescriptions, and this of the no X variators, like no rig, no amp, no prescriptions, is by far the most impactful. The prescriptions in the game are very, very, very strong, particularly the tier 2 prescriptions, where if you don't have something like heavy training, carrying heavy objects feels pretty bad. I guess I'm not a huge fan of this variator because of how strong prescriptions are almost. I think prescriptions should be tapped down in power a little bit and have some of their power built into the reagent. Not like a lot, but I do think the discrepancy between, you know, for example, like gymnast is insane how much of a difference that makes. I think that like this, basically the stamina related prescriptions should, I think, probably be nerfed a little bit while putting some of their power into the base of a reagent's abilities. But I guess that's more of a problem with the prescriptions themselves and less so with this variator. So of them all, I would say it is the one that can make things the most difficult if you get it by itself compared to no amp or no rig, or I guess no revive is also a thing. So yeah, it is high impact, but I don't personally find it all that fun, especially if you're on a trial like, you know, Beguile the Children or something, where you're carrying a lot of heavy objects around, then you have no prescriptions, your stamina is just terrible, and you know, it can be a pretty big pain. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I'd probably put it somewhere around here in the B tier as well. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of getting those OP prescriptions removed, but maybe that's just a problem with those themselves. Next up here we have level 1, which basically combines no amps, no rigs, and no prescriptions into a single variator. And despite what I just said about prescriptions, I think this variator is really cool because it basically simulates as if you just loaded up into the game and are level 1, you have no unlocks. And it's nice that it combines all three of those into a single variator for custom trials to, you know, allow people to create very difficult challenges. And so yeah, I think this one is going to join the ranks of A tier. It's very high impact, very difficult, and it's a nice, you know, concise package. I guess it just feels like you are taking on more of a direct and you know, obvious challenge than just when you get no prescriptions only. You know, because if you have no prescriptions, you can still have amp and rig and make do with those. But level 1 is just high challenge. Currently, this is not in escalation, by the way. Allegedly, I believe Red Barrels created this for custom trials only, and it wasn't meant to be an escalation, even though it was for a little while. So yeah, I think that it's probably not going to be put back into escalation, but when it was an escalation, man, it was scary. I'd probably put it somewhere around here, maybe even above Health Sickness, something like that for level 1. It's very good variator, despite all the complaints I had with the others. Next, we have Stay Together, and Stay Together is a rather infamous variator. It basically is only applicable in co-op. You can only play this variator in a co-op trial, and you need to stay fairly close to your teammates, otherwise you will get an electric shock and take damage. Previously, this used to be instantaneous, so the moment you got too far away from a teammate, you would start taking damage, and it was pretty brutal and punishing in that state because it was kind of ambiguous. You didn't really know how far you could get, and you would only know you'd gotten too far when you started taking damage. Nowadays, there will be a little alarm noise that will play if you're too far away, and the further away you get and the longer you're far away, the louder it will be. And after the alarm goes off at the max volume for a couple seconds, then you'll start taking damage. So I think its current state is technically better because it was pretty annoying before, but also this is the kind of thing that I wish would be available in customs. Like there should be a stick together or a stay together 2, you know, like there's limited items 2. There should be stay together 2 that behaves like it used to in the old version, in my opinion, to give people the option to use that, since that was kind of the cornerstone to several difficult customs that is no longer the same because of the ability to have a grace period. Like it also opens up a lot of ability to do things like run away briefly, and then before you actually start taking damage, you can get back in range. Also important to note that this, I believe, reduces the voice chat range. It, I think, maybe removes the radio voice chat. So if you're using in-game chat, this has a big impact as well, because if you get separated for whatever reason by enemies or something else, you're going to have a hard time finding your teammates again because the radio might not be able to reach wherever they are. You know, you might not be able to hear or talk to them, although you can use pings and stuff, which will help. So yeah, I kind of have a hard time placing this. I think it can be kind of fun when you're like in a coordinated team in like Discord or whatever, and you're playing to beat like a hard custom, but getting this in escalation, I kind of really hate because it just feels annoying, especially if it's paired with something like bleeding or psycho damage, because like if it's not paired with bleeding or psycho damage, you can kind of ignore it almost a little bit, at least, because the damage itself, by the way, is not very high. It's a very slow chip damage that will take a while to kill you, and if you have healing, you can, you know, restore your health. This used to actually interrupt actions, by the way, this damage. It doesn't do that anymore. You can like search for a key or do whatever while you're getting zapped by Stay Together. So yeah, I'm kind of two minds on it. Like it's a cool variator. It's interesting. It's high difficulty and big impact, but it's also pretty annoying, especially if you're playing with people who maybe aren't the best at the game and don't know how to deal with enemies and kind of maybe end up panicking. I know that like new or inexperienced or even like, you know, sort of mid-level players really hate this. I have had some fun with it, but also at the same time have had some times where it really annoyed me and I didn't like it. So maybe I will just leave it in the B tier here. I know a lot of people would put this in F tier, but I think I would probably put it in low B tier myself. And then if they had the second, like if it was the old version, I don't even know where I would put it then. Because I would probably put it in the same place, to be honest with you. It would probably be in a similar spot. Maybe a little bit lower down because it was a little too brutal and punishing. But yeah, probably low B tier, somewhere like right here. Feels kind of reasonable. But yeah, I'm curious to see what people think about Stay Together in the comments potentially. Next up, we have voice disturbance, which makes it so that the enemies can hear you talk. So this is a really cool variator in concept. The only problem with it is that it uses the in-game sound system. So basically, if you're ever holding down your push to talk or you're ever making noise through your mic, you'll make a pulsing level 2 sound at all times at your location. It also applies to pings, which is kind of interesting. I think that was a patch at some point, but if you ping, you will also make a level 2 noise at your location. So this is cool. I mean, it's definitely a surprise to people when they encounter it for the first time and enemies can hear them talk. Unfortunately, it obviously only applies if you're using the in-game voice chat. And as experienced players like myself will use pings a lot, even in solo, so that can kind of catch you out and be a little annoying, which is, it's not a bad thing. It's just, you know, a limitation or something you have to adjust to when the Variator shows up. But overall, it would be more it's like a lot more interesting and difficult if you have like don't make noise or enraged enemies, so that the enemies will actually respond immediately to hearing you. So yeah, that's kind of something that's lacking, because like you kind of have to talk continuously for a long time to get them to actually hear you and come towards you a lot of the time, unless you're like right next to them. So that's kind of a limitation of it. But overall, I mean, I think it's a good variant. I think it's cool, it's cute, but it's not hugely impactful. So I'd probably put it in the B tier here as well. We're going to have a lot of things in the B and C tier, but that's just the nature of the tier list here. So I'd probably put it somewhere around this level, I guess. I could see it going higher, maybe, but yeah, overall, I think I like it fine there in the B tier. All right, next Variator is no radio, which is basically what is built in to stay together, as far as I understand. Your voice chat range is limited. You can only hear people who are pretty much close to you or next to you. And this is kind of whatever. I'd probably put this one in the C tier somewhere, because if you're only playing with in-game voice chat, like you're playing with random people, this can be somewhat impactful. But a lot of people who are playing together are in Discord these days, so it doesn't have any impact at all in those cases. So yeah, I mean, there's not that much to talk about with it. There was an old concept in the game that I don't know if I don't think they ever made it playable to any public builds, but there would be like these intercoms in the trial, and that would be the only way you could communicate with your teammates, is go and press a button on the intercom that would allow you to talk. And that would kind of be an interesting thing if it was bundled in with this Variator. But I don't think that's something that's ever going to come back. But yeah, just something I was randomly figured I'd mention. So I'd probably put it, in this sort of realm with all these other Variators that are like, they have like some impact, but they're not that big of a deal, and not, I guess, not super interesting at the end of the day. So yeah, that's no radio. Next up here, we have a Variator that is currently no longer in the game, and that is noise hypersensitivity. And this is kind of what is built into Don't Make Noise partially nowadays. And it's basically makes your actions make more noise than usual. So in Don't Make Noise, that is what happens. Like if you're tinkering with the switches on a generator, you'll be making a pulsing level 2 noise with those tinkers. So it's actually it is a big impact. The door openings are 3 bars of noise without noise reduction. And it is a highly impactful Variator, and it's pretty cool in my opinion. I kind of like it as a Variator to kind of require you to be more stealthy, emphasize or encourage using slow door openings, and it makes things that you would previously not be worried about, things that are previously quiet, into quite loud actions that will quickly attract enemy attention. This was better because it doesn't impair their vision like Don't Make Noise does. Don't Make Noise incredibly impairs their vision, makes them essentially blind. So yeah, I think I would definitely rate it higher than Don't Make Noise. And it's it's kind of similar to Enraged Enemies, but doesn't have all the knock-on effects. So I'd probably put this one into high-ish B tier. Again, it was something that was around for the original Be Quiet Weekly, which but is no longer available in the game. So it's hard to remember exactly how it worked, but that's how I remember it. And I'd put it pretty high in the B tier because it's a pretty cool Variator that is high impact but simple to understand. So yeah. Next, we have Bleeding, and Bleeding is a pretty punishing Variator where anytime you take damage, you will also take an additional full bar of bleeding damage. And yeah, this is pretty brutal. It's especially brutal when combined like something like no running or stay together, where there's very small chip damage that will then be amplified massively into full bars each time you take damage from them. I kind of don't like bleeding all that much. It's kind of too much in my opinion. I think it would maybe be better if the amount of bleeding damage reflected the amount of damage you took originally, up to a maximum of 1 bar per instance, if that makes any sense. So like you can only have a maximum of 1 bar of bleeding damage at any one time, I guess. So for example, if I am away from my teammates with stay together and I take a tick of the electrocution damage, I would then get, like, it would basically double the damage in those low amounts of damage levels, where I would take like this much damage and I would have this much of bleeding damage as well. And if I kept getting shocked, I would keep getting additional bleeding until it was at the maximum of 1 bar of bleeding damage at any one time. And I think that would make it a little bit more reasonable. It would still greatly impact things like coil. If coil hits you for 3 bars, that's going to just give you an additional full bar of bleeding on top. It would just make it a little bit less punishing in those cases where you have a small amount of chip damage. Now, some people would argue, and I could kind of agree with it, that no running and stay together are only even impactful if you have like bleeding or psychosis damage on top of it. And that could kind of be true, but I think even with this change, it would still make no running and stay together a lot more impactful, because doubling that damage you take is pretty big, and if you take multiple hits of it over a short period of time, it would still add up very, very quickly, I think. I could be wrong on that, but I think that would make bleeding more reasonable in my eyes. As it stands right now, I think it's a little too punishing for small amounts of damage, and yeah, like for that reason, I would rate it a little bit more low than otherwise, but maybe that's just cope. Maybe I'm just bad. I think the picture is completely ridiculous with bleeding, and I hate the picture. The picture is just a piece of garbage and needs to be removed. Sorry about that random picture crash out, but yeah, I would still put it like in the B tier here somewhere, but I personally think that it is a little bit too much. But then, I mean, maybe you could. This could be like a similar case to Stay Together, where it maybe would get nerfed, but there should maybe be an additional version, Bleeding 2, that gives you a full bar per instance. I don't know. Maybe I'm just coping. But yeah, I mean, I'd probably put it decently high up in the B tier, but I think it's just really, really annoying when you take one little piece of chip damage and you take a full bar as a result, I guess. So yeah. Next variator is Bomb Countdown, and Bomb Countdown is a really cool variator in my opinion. It essentially means that you start the trial with a bomb on your chest that has, I think it starts at 3 minutes of time on it, and it will slowly tick down, and if it hits 0, you go kaboom, and the trial is immediately failed. You do not revive. The game is over. You fail the trial. In escalation, run is ended if you blow up, no matter the revives, no matter how many players. And of course, the way you counter this or whatever is it will spawn time extenders throughout the trial, and you can pick these up, and each of these will extend the time of the bomb countdown by 1 minute, up to a maximum of 5 minutes. And this timer is shared between the entire team. So if someone extends the time by 1 minute, it extends everyone's by 1 minute. The time on your chest is always shared for everyone. So there's no fighting over time extenders. And yeah, this variator I think is a pretty easy S tier. It's really, really cool and adds a time pressure element that does not exist anywhere else in the game, pretty much, except for like Exit Rush maybe. But it's something, you know, that when it came out, many people were fairly accustomed to going for their A+ runs by playing a bit slow, taking it, you know, the safe route. And Countdown sort of shook those things up and made them a lot more difficult in a way by making you requiring essentially speed running to get through the trial in time. You don't really have to speed run, but you have to manage your time reasonably, and you can't be overly wasteful. And also it incentivizes scavenging the map for time extenders, remembering where you've been if you need to get some time added to the countdown late in the run. Then knowing where you've been on the map and where you've already harvested all the time extenders from is very important. So yeah, I think this for me is probably going to go at the top of S tier. I think Countdown is one of the coolest variators in the game, and obviously has very high impact. And yeah, I think it's pretty awesome personally. So S tier for me is Bomb Countdown. Oh boy. Next here we have No Running, and No Running is a very shall we say divisive or controversial variator in the community. Basically how it works is if you run, you will take shock damage, and this is pretty much the same amount of damage as Stay Together, so it's not very much. It's not really a lot of damage. And also, if you take an adrenaline, if you have any source of adrenaline from an adrenaline stick, a stamina booster, a blind mind smoke, that will stop the damage from happening for the duration of the adrenaline effect. So there is a counterplay to it as well. It also starts you with 1 adrenaline at the beginning of the trial, and I'm pretty sure it spawns more adrenalines than usual in the trial when you have no running. It does seem like that, but that's kind of anecdotal and may not be true. A lot of people really, really, really hate no running. I personally don't hate it as much as some people, partially because at its base, you can just kind of ignore it. Like, you can't just sprint for the entire trial, but if you get spotted and need to get away quickly, you can just run and tank the shock damage, and a lot of the time you'll be able to get away before you even take a full bar of damage. And so that ends up being, like not even consequential, because you can just regen that health back. Obviously you can't do this when you're going for an A+, or if it's paired with if it is paired with psychosis damage or bleeding, you can't really run without taking a lot of damage on top of that, or getting psychosis, which is really scary. And that's kind of where I think the bleeding goes a little too far sometimes, because it's nice to have bleeding with this because it removes the ability to just ignore it. But if you accidentally, because the problem with it is sometimes it's very easy to accidentally trigger this by like vaulting 2 times too quickly, or like, just sort of instinctively doing a door snap and forgetting that you have no running, or anything like that. You end up taking a full bar of bleeding damage from that. I think is where it becomes too overly punishing, because it's not like you were trying to run and it just, you made like a slight mistake and then that causes a full bar of damage. But it's nice that exists as a way to make this more punishing in a way that you can't just use it all the time. But I think the different version of bleeding that I also talked about would make small mistakes less punishing, but also still heavily discourage and make it much less easy to just ignore it and run as much as you want. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, no running does kind of need those amplifying variators to be a huge threat, at least in my opinion. I think a lot of people maybe don't realize that and don't end up running when they might otherwise need to, just because they don't want to take the small chip damage. They end up dying or taking way more damage as a result. Now, is it fun necessarily? I mean, it kind of depends a lot of the time. Like, it can be fun. It can really test your ability to manipulate enemies well, because if you're able to you know, easily manipulate an enemy with hit jukes or other swing baiting techniques while walking. That's kind of a pretty cool expression of skill and will help you avoid damage. And I think that's a cool aspect of it. But I mean, walking around the trials the entire time forcibly is kind of annoying. So, but still, I don't know. It's hard to rate a little bit, partially because I'm afraid of people freaking out at me for not putting it in F tier. Because I know a lot of people would put this in F tier as well, just like Stay Together. But I don't know. I think it's a cool variator, and it's definitely interesting. Like, I really like the variators that are big impact, high effect, and high difficulty, and you know, aren't things you can just ignore and, you know, not care about. So I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to go ahead and put this up in the A tier. I think no running is really cool, and I think if you are someone who really hates it, then maybe you would benefit from learning more movement tech that makes it easier to deal with. So that might help you out. Or, I mean, maybe you just hate it, and you can hate it if you want. I think it's cool, although it's not like my favorite variator. I'll probably leave it right where it is at the very bottom of A tier. And I could see an argument for being like top of B, or I understand that some people would put it in F tier, but yeah, that is where I'm putting no running down up in the A tier. Next up here, we have a variator that is currently in the game, but is exclusive to the Rebirth protocol only, and that is Mirror World. And this variator is really cool. I think it's one of the coolest single variators that they've come out with recently. It essentially does what it says. It mirrors the entire game. So you will hold items in your left hand. You will have knobs on the radios be backwards. Numbers will be backwards. Things you read, it's all backwards. It's mirrored. It's really cool. And it's fairly simple to understand, but I don't know why or how, but at least my brain, it just cannot handle it sometimes. Like, if I go to a familiar map and it's mirrored, I am completely lost. I have no idea where I'm going, and it's the most confusing thing ever, which is kind of awesome, I would say. It's a really cool effect, and the only gripe I would have with it is more just a gripe with the Rebirth itself, because for some reason, after you are at the maximum difficulty of the solo mansion escape, this is just always applied to the mansion, so you get used to it being mirrored, and it doesn't have any impact. It should be a 50-50 chance to be mirrored on the mansion, but it's currently 100%. In communal rebirths, you will get an MK challenge that is mirrored, so it will always be mirrored, but it could be any MK challenge, so that removes the effect of it being, you know, easy to remember and learn each map as a mirrored version. So I think with that change, it would be really cool. I also think this would just be kind of devastatingly impactful in escalation, and I kind of hope they add it to escalation at some point, because getting mirrored with like a bunch of other difficult variators would be completely fried, or at least put it in Trial Maker. I mean, there could be some really, really brain wrinkling situations with that. So I think for me, mirrored easily goes up in the A tier. I don't think I'd put it all the way in the S tier, but it's kind of close. Like it would probably be pretty high up in the A tier here for me, somewhere like that. I think it's a really cool variator, and yeah, that was a brilliant idea for Rebirth 2.0 that they came up with. All right, we're finally here. We've arrived at the two worst variators in the entire game, Bad Trip and Bad Trip 2. And these are immediately just going in the F tier. I mean, I think nobody would argue with that. Bad Trip and Bad Trip 2. These variators essentially make your sanity capped at a lower amount. So Bad Trip 2 makes you capped at 2 bars of sanity, and Bad Trip 1 caps you at 2 bars of sanity. Bad Trip 2 caps you at 1 bar of sanity. And at its base, this is not a terrible concept, because it makes Psychosis sources more threatening and puts you in the potential for full Psychosis a lot more easily, but the effects are just so horribly annoying. and there's even a bug where the effects will constantly happen and your hearing will just be permanently distorted for the entire trial unless you get full psychosis and cure or survive it. It's horrible, man. It like every now and then, sporadically, as long as you don't get the bug, your vision and hearing will be distorted, and it's like just a nauseating, horrible, annoying situation. You can't hear things in the game as well. And in Bad Trip 2, the stupid tentacles will even come out of the ground and get in your way during these portions. Oh my god. Like, if it didn't have these additional effects, I would say that these are great variators. It would be totally fine to have, a limit to your maximum stamina be, and have it lowered so that psychosis is more threatening. But the additional effects make it so horribly annoying and garbage that I think they should just be removed from the game if they're going to be that way. If they can remove these additional effects, I think they're good variators and totally fine. But as is now, they are by far very easily the bottom of the barrel of F tier, and these variators are the reason why I debated not putting Don't Make Noise in the F tier, because these are just so bad they almost deserve their own tier of like F minus, garbage, horrible. Oh man, I hope they change these at some point, because for some reason they are so common in escalation. You will just be constantly getting this horribly annoying distortion effects going on at all times, and I just hate it. It's horrible, terrible. Also makes the jump scares happen with the Skinnerman. Those are fine. Who really cares that much about those? But God, the additional effects are just actually a nightmare. Hopefully these get removed or reworked at some point. Sorry for the crash out. Moving on now to our next variator, we have hallucinations right here, which is a pretty boring variator. It's not very interesting. Basically, the only effect that it has is to always give the potential for Skinnerman jump scares. So the jump scares when you have reduced sanity when you open a door or jump in a hiding spot. I think those are the main two ways that you can get them to happen. You will get jump scared by the Skinnerman in some way. Now, the animations for these are generally pretty cool, especially like the under the bed ones are fairly unique. They can be mildly annoying at times because they can delay you by a very small amount. Can't talk properly. Like when you're getting in a hiding spot, it will, the Skinnerman jump scare where you scream and get scared for a second can potentially give you just enough delay that you get somehow seen by an X-Pop, and they'll pull you out of the hiding spot, or it'll make a door take us an extra second to actually be opened and go through it. And so it's also annoying in that regard. I mean, once you get used to the jump scares, which will happen over time, it only serves to be a mild annoyance and occasionally can screw you over. So I don't find it very interesting. I don't really understand why it's at high levels of escalation. I think the escalation point value on this is way too high. I think it's cool and it's fine for like thematic reasons, like for where it's originated was the Geister event, and it makes sense for that, whereas everything's trying to be spooky and stuff, but it's not really even it's barely even worthy of a variator slot in and of itself, since it has so little actual game impact. And I don't know, it's pretty boring. I'm debating on putting it in C tier or D tier. I think I'll leave it at the lower end of C tier, even maybe just the very bottom, just because it is fine for what its intended effect is, I think, which is for like atmospheric reasons and things like that, but it's just not that interesting. Next we have Psychosis damage, which I think suffers from the same debatable issues that bleeding does, but I don't think it needs to really be nerfed per se. I just think I really think that the tentacles need to not trigger psychosis damage, whether that be by removing their damage and just making them a movement hazard, or by making them just not trigger it. Like, they don't trigger bleeding, so that's important to note. They used to trigger bleeding, and that was removed. I think they should also not trigger Psychosis damage, because when you get Bad Trip 2, or even just Bad Trip 1, Bad Trip 2 is the only one that spawns the tentacles, I do believe. When you get Bad Trip 2 and Psychosis damage, it's extremely annoying, because also partially because the range on the tentacles is so large that you can often not go around them. And getting hit by a tentacle will just put you in full Psychosis immediately. I think it's a little bit cheap sometimes. It also, you could also get the chip damage from no running or from stay together, to cause you to lose sanity, which is annoying, but I think it's more reasonable than the full bar of bleeding from one thing of chip damage, because that's like more... or it's like less punishing, kind of. I mean, unless you have Bad Trip as well, which is like a combination of Variators. And obviously like chip damage from like Franco or Pitcher is really annoying with Psychosis damage. Combined with bleeding, Psychosis damage is incredibly punishing, where if you take any damage at all, if you don't have a bandage to heal the bleeding, you will get full Psychosis even if you are at full sanity. So that is a pretty brutal combo. Overall, while I do find it really annoying, the majority of that is probably coming from hating Bad Trip so much, and this will put you in low sanity more often and make it similar to Bad Trip. So I think that is maybe not exactly fair per se. So yeah, I mean, I think it is high impact, it's scary, dangerous. I think I'd probably put it in the B tier here, similarly to bleeding, but probably a little bit higher. I think it's a more interesting Variator since it combines the damage and the sanity, which is, an interesting thing you can add, and it contributes to the potential construction of a Psychosis hell trial that makes things really annoying for people trying to go through it. Moving on to the next Variator, it is Extreme Psychosis, and this is built in to Psychosurgery and to the Ultra, at least Ultra 2. I think it's also in Ultra 1. Extreme Psychosis is something that was introduced to prevent people from abusing Psychosis. If you don't know, prior to the advent of Extreme Psychosis, the Skinner Man was extremely weak. He would do very, very little damage and was pretty slow, if I remember right. And on all difficulties, or in all trials, enemies would not be able to interact with you while you were in Psychosis. So Psychosis was kind of a buff back then, where you would get into Psychosis and then could just do objectives without having to worry about the enemies, and you could either get a good lead on the Skinner Man so he wouldn't be able to get to you very quickly, or even just tank him and do objectives in his face because of how little damage he did. So yeah, it is definitely an important Variator, because if you don't have this, enemies will still ignore you in Psychosis. The Skinner Man is still a little bit more threatening even without this than he was before. But yeah, enemies ignoring you while in Psychosis is really weird. I don't know why that was ever a thing, and I still find it strange even to this day if you don't have the Extreme Psychosis Variator. So I do think it's kind of integral to the Psychosis mechanic for this to be part of the package. So I mean, I kind of feel like that's the similar argument to like the no player names thing that I talked about already. So I do think it's important, but as a Variator itself, it's kind of not that interesting really. Like it's important as part of the package Variators for the difficulty levels, but having it as a separate Variator is often not something you're gonna see used even in customs, because they'll usually, if people want Extreme Psychosis, they'll just put on Psychosurgery, so it's kind of hard to rate for that. But given its importance in making Psychosis actually relevant and actually scary, I would rate it pretty highly, since that is a fairly large impact. I'd probably put it up here at the top of B tier for me personally, is Extreme Psychosis. Moving on now to some more event Variators, we start off with Cold Snap. And Cold Snap is one of the first few event Variators. Winter Kills was the second event ever, which the first one was Geister. And Cold Snap, basically, if you don't know how it works, it occurs once every 2 minutes. The trial environment will become extremely cold, and you have to go into a hiding spot or utilize some form of warmth, which is a recent advent with the release of Deep Burn. By standing near a fire source or some other heat source, you can gain a warmth buff that will make you immune to the cold damage, but failing that, you need to hide in a hiding spot to avoid taking heavy damage while the environment is cold. It lasts for like 20 or 30 seconds, and it does a lot of damage. Cold Snap does a lot of damage. You will die if you don't have any healing and try to tank the entire thing, so you generally do need to hide in a hiding spot. So yeah, it has one interesting aspect to it where if you are very knowledgeable about the game, you are kind of able to skip it, because certain objective completions, like certain button presses, like maybe the one on Kill the Snitch at the start, will skip it and like make it end immediately. So that's kind of a cool little aspect of it that can potentially be exploited to your advantage if you are aware of the locations where it's possible. But overall, I mean, I think the warmth mechanic being added did make this better as a Variator, but in general, I don't really like it. It's not great because you have to go and hide and just sit there for a while. Like, obviously it's threatening that you are maybe gonna be in a chase when the alarm goes off and have a hard time getting to a hiding spot, but as long as you're playing carefully and you know when it's about to be Cold Snap again, because again, it is an exact timing, happens every 2 minutes after the last one ends. You mostly don't end up getting caught out by that if you're playing carefully, and just in general, it's not that fun having to go hide and sit and wait for, 20 or 30 seconds so often. So I don't really like it. I'll probably gonna put it down in the C tier here somewhere. Let's see, where exactly do I want to put it? Obviously, it's also made a lot more difficult with limited hide spots, and the Jaeger can be quite scary when you have these Variators, but I don't really think that's a downside of it. Even if anything, it's maybe a benefit, having to plan around it even more to run away from Henrietta before it goes off. So I don't know, I'm gonna put it pretty low down here in the C tier. Maybe somewhere like that is where I'll end up with Cold Snap, mostly also because we have such a better version of it now with Permafrost, which we'll get to in a second. Next is Toxic Shock, which is extremely similar to Cold Snap, but worse in pretty much every way. First of all, Toxic Shock happens more frequently, every minute and a half or 90 seconds, as opposed to the 2 minutes or 120 seconds of Cold Snap. It lasts for about the same duration, but the fact that it goes off so much more often makes it way more annoying. You have to spend even more of your time hidden, and it just sucks for that, because it's boring to just have to wait in a hiding spot and wait for the Toxic Shock to go off. Importantly, Toxic Shock itself, the damage is far lower than on Cold Snap, but the damage can be permanent damage, meaning if you take a full bar of damage from Toxic Shock, your max health will be permanently reduced by that one full bar, which is, potentially interesting, but it's not that big of a deal because it takes quite a few hits from the Toxic Shock to make you lose a full bar of health, and you can almost always get into a hiding spot in that amount of time. But if you need to tank an entire Toxic Shock, you will only lose a bar and a half of health, and you'll regen the last, the half bar if you have, the regen prescription. So you can only usually maximally lose one full bar per instance of this. So unless you're kind of griefing and just tanking a bunch of them, you should never really be at risk of dying in, as a result of running out of max health. So yeah, that's mostly it. You can also restore those lost health bars with pills from permanent damage. So that kind of permanent damage kind of counters Toxic Shock for you. Toxic Shock I kind of hate a lot more than Cold Snap because of how frequent it is, and it just is a pain having to deal with it. So this is going down in the D tier for me. I don't like either of them very much, but Toxic Shock I dislike much more than Cold Snap. I'd probably put it somewhere like around here for my rating. Toxic Shock, not a fan, and it also happened after Cold Snap, so it just felt like a copy of that event, and it was just like, oh, okay, we're doing this again, we have to hide again. So I'm really glad they added this new permafrost with Winter Kills 3. But we'll get to that after this next one, which is Deep Burn. So Deep Burn is a fairly recently released Variator with the Deep Burn event that took place towards the latter half of last year. And Deep Burn basically combines a bunch of Variators into one. So it combines, let's see if we can find them all in here. It combines fire mines, hazard vents, more pitchers, and flamethrowers all into one. And it also has an additional effect on top of that where your stamina regen will be greatly reduced. The stamina regen rate will be really reduced. It's very slow, especially if you have no prescriptions. No prescriptions with Deep Burn is a nightmare on your stamina. It's honestly a pretty big pain in the ass. But that's a pretty cool additional effect. And honestly, this event was surprisingly interesting to me. I didn't think it would be that good when the concept was first talked about and announced, but it ended up being surprisingly fun. Now, of course, the fact that more pitchers is on it makes it immediately worse because I absolutely hate the pitcher and he's a piece of garbage. The hazard vents is not really that big of a deal because of the fact that it's fire mines as well, so they're not as annoying as the Psychosis gas vents that are the main one that you see. However, there is still the issue where the fire vents can be in places that result in unavoidable damage, which is really bad. They still haven't quite fixed all of the potential instances of that, so that needs to be addressed for it to not feel really cheap and lame. And then the flamethrowers are I already talked about all these Variators individually, so combining them all into one, I generally like the bundled Variators to allow for additional things to be added in other Variator slots, and this one also comes with that additional tweak of the stamina regen debuff, which is kind of annoying to deal with, but it's also cool and thematic. So overall, I think I'm a pretty big fan of Deep Burn. I'll probably put it in high B tier here. I don't think I would quite bump it up into A tier, but it's pretty cool. I'd probably put it pretty high up here, somewhere like that for Deep Burn for me. That's my personal opinion on it. And the last event Variator we have, at least for this section, is going to be Permafrost, and we're going to need to zoom out again at some point, so I might as well do it now. Let me make sure it's all good. All right, hopefully we don't I think we're getting close to done. But yeah, for Permafrost, this was released very recently with the third Winter Kills iteration this winter, and it is kind of similar to Cold. It's like the leveled up version of Cold Snap, much more interesting, much more fun and engaging. Basically, the trial is permanently in the freezing temperature state of Cold Snap, but there are sources of warmth scattered throughout the trial that you can use to stay warm. And these sources of warmth are generally the burning barrels, which were the secondary objective for Deep Burn. We'll talk about secondary objectives separately. These are just about the specific Variators, but yeah, it's pretty cool. You have your warmth meter on the side, and you kind of have to constantly manage it, make note of where the heat sources are and how you can quickly get to the nearest one if you suddenly are realizing you're running out of warmth. I generally like it quite a bit more than something like Cold Snap or Toxic Shock, and I probably prefer it a bit to Deep Burn as well. It's a pretty cool cool Variator, and you can also counterplay it with hiding spots a little bit if you run out of warmth and you're trying to find another barrel to warm yourself up. You can jump in a hiding spot to temporarily delay the damage from coming in, which is always it's nice to have like additional counterplays like that to it. But yeah, I'm honestly trying to decide if I want to put this in B tier or A tier. I probably have a bit more of a positive view of it because it replaced Cold Snap for this winter kills, and I'm not a big fan of Cold Snap. I think this is a much better version. So yeah, I think I'll probably give this one the nod to go up into the A tier. It's very unique as well. Like Deep Burn is just a bunch of Variators piled into one, which makes it a little bit less interesting to me. This Variator is very unique and utilizes the new warmth mechanic in cool ways. I hope they add more of the status bars to the game, like the one that is used for freezing. So this, I would probably put it on the lower end of A tier though, nothing too crazy. Probably right there seems decent for me. So yeah, that is Permafrost. We're now going to be moving on into the secondary objectives, and I'm actually seeing that this is the final row of Variators we have to look at. So this is going to be the end of it here. So nothing too divisive in here, I don't think. First off, we have Collect the Gifts, and Collect the Gifts is the secondary objective Variator that is from Winter Kills. It was actually the first new secondary objective that we ever got that replaced the posters, so it was pretty cool for that. And gifts are a great secondary objective. They are usually not too hard to find. They make a nice little jingle when you pick them up, and you know, everybody likes to see gifts when you get them in escalation. So you know, it's definitely solid. You need 5 gifts in solo, 10 gifts in a group to complete it, and you usually have no trouble finding those. And even if you do, you can normally go hunt for them specifically and find them very easily. They usually spawn like where any other items would normally spawn. So I'd probably collect the gifts up in A tier for secondaries. I mean, I'm never going to put a secondary objective in S tier probably, but I do think it is worthy of an A tier spot. It's just a very nice secondary objective. Very, very similar to Collect the Gifts is Collect the Rats. They spawn in pretty much the very same locations as gifts, and it's essentially the same thing, although they are a little bit harder to see because they're smaller and because they're rats. But they make up for that by making tiny little squeaking noises that you can hear to locate them, which makes them kind of cool in that regard, give you a little sound to listen out for. So yeah, generally I like this secondary as well. It's normally not too difficult to complete, same as gifts, 5 for solo, 10 for groups. So yeah, I mean, I would rate this the same as Collect the Gifts, to be honest. It's a cool one and I like it. Hopefully that didn't push things off the screen too far. No, we're fine with this zoom level, I think. So yeah, overall, pretty big fan of Collect the Gifts and Rats. So those are 2 very similar secondaries, so not much else to say on those. Also, by the way, this was introduced with the Toxic Shock event, by the way. So yeah, just to be clear on where these come from. Next up, we have Break the Televisions here, which is the secondary that was introduced with the Prime Time event. And this will spawn TVs around the trial that will kind of make a decent amount of noise, so they're pretty easy to locate, and you have to use a throwable to destroy them. You need to do 3 in solo or 5 in groups, and I kind of like this secondary. It's kind of fun to destroy things with throwables. That's why I like Drill the Futterman as a MK and stuff like that. But it can be pretty annoying to even find any throwables on Ultra 2, which is Limited Items 3, which kind of makes this a little bit of a pain sometimes in high escalation. I mean, maybe that's not the fault of the objective itself, but it also can sometimes not feel great to have to waste a throwable or several throwables to destroy these. So it's a little bit less enjoyable in that regard, but they're usually pretty easy to find and it can be fun. I mean, if you have plenty of items, it's nice to just run around smashing things. So I don't mind them too much, but I'll probably leave them down a little bit below in the B tier for this list of Variators. Next up, we have, I have to scroll down a little bit so I can even grab the Variators out, so hopefully this is still fine. We have Find the Radio here, and this was the secondary objective that was introduced with the Countdown special event. So yeah, that is where this one's from. And this one is interesting since it's the first one that we had which was a single objective basically. So there will be one radio that spawns in the trial and you have to find it and smash it. So there's only one of them. Like all these other ones, like you'll find more than 5 rats, more than 5 gifts, more TVs, etc. The radio, there's only one of them, and sometimes it can be hard to find. The radio thankfully is pretty loud and fairly easy to hear and find in the trial. So usually I quite like this secondary because it's just one thing you have to do, find and smash it. And it's kind of good for potentially going for A+ speedruns, just hoping you get lucky and find this thing on the way. And it's just a one click. You smash it with your fist, you don't need a throwable or anything. So yeah, overall, I would probably put this one pretty high up as well as far as secondaries are concerned. Maybe similar to TVs, somewhere like that. Not quite as good. I mean, gifts and rats are just fun to run around collecting them, and that's cool. But this is like fairly simple one that's usually easy to complete, so I don't mind it too much. I'll throw it into the B tier there. Next we have extract organ samples, obviously another secondary. This was introduced with the second iteration of Geister. The first iteration of Geister did not have a secondary objective replacer. This one is from the second iteration, and basically there will be a bunch of corpses hanging around on the walls in places that you would normally probably find the posters, and you will have to go up to them and spend a fairly decent amount of time digging around to extract an organ sample, which does make a very low amount of noise. This can be kind of annoying when paired with like don't make noise, since it will increase the volume of your searching by, you know, making it 2 bars, and enemies that'll hear it will come and try and interrupt you. So that can be kind of annoying sometimes. But it's usually not too bad. It's somewhat of a pain to search them sometimes, but they're easy to find because you can hear buzzing flies where they're at, so that could be helpful for finding them. Overall, I'd probably rate them fairly similarly to TVs. It's a good secondary. It's cool. It's unique. You have to spend some time doing it. It keeps you in place for a second, which is not common with any of the other ones that we have seen so far. So yeah, I quite like it, and I'll put it up there in the B tier. Next we have the Locate the Broadcast secondary, and this was originally introduced with the Under Surveillance event, and personally I kind of hate this secondary because it's very similar to Find the Radio, in which there's only one broadcast TV that spawns in every trial, and you have to find it and tune it to the correct frequency to complete it. And yeah, I'm not a big fan of this one because it can often be a huge pain to find. For whatever reason, it seems like the broadcast is always in the farthest ass crack of the map that you never go to on the normal route of a trial, and it's super annoying to search for it when you're trying to get the secondary done. So yeah, the problem is that it's usually way quieter than the radio. It's kind of RNG because depending on where the dial is set on the broadcast, the volume will be different. So that can be pretty annoying if you get it on like a setting where it's super quiet and you can't hear it or find it, and you spend it forever searching a trial. So I don't really like this secondary, just mainly because of that volume concern and just searching for it. I've spent many trials searching forever for the broadcast and not finding it. So probably going to throw this one down into the C tier myself. I'm not a huge fan, and probably pretty low down on the C tier. And hold on, I need to fix the the screen again. All right, I'm sorry for the increasing size of these borders on the edges of the screen, but that's just kind of how it's had to be since I have to keep zooming out the screen. But we're almost done. We've only got like 8 variators left here to go over. The next one is going to be Collect Schematics, which is a secondary objective that was also introduced with Under Surveillance. Under Surveillance was unique in that it had 2 secondaries and you only had to complete one of them to get A+. I know a lot of people hate schematics. They can be very difficult to find. They are just lying around, just the same as rats or gifts, and you just have to pick them up. But they basically will spawn in places where you can normally find the evidence documents, the blue confidentials evidence documents. That is where the schematics will spawn. And if you know anything about the blue evidence documents, they don't have that many spawn locations. They don't spawn that frequently. So this can be a little bit frustrating to find them. You only need to find 3 in solo and 5 in groups. Or no, wait, it's 3 in both. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. I guess because of the TVs, but you actually only need to find 3 in both the group sizes, which is a little bit weird compared to other secondaries. Oh, also I forgot to mention the organ samples is 3 in solo and 5 in groups as well. But yeah, I really hated schematics at first, but they've grown on me a little bit. The skeeters, as we call them on the stream, you can kind of learn where you might find them, and that can help you out. And like usually, I don't know, you can kind of get a sense of where you might need to go look for them on any map, really. So they've grown on me a little bit, but they can still be really annoying. I'll probably still put them in the C tier, but I definitely prefer them to the broadcast myself. I don't mind them that much, so I'd put them in a bit of a higher place in C tier. Probably higher than many people would put them, but that's just my thoughts on them for the list of secondaries we've gone through. Next up in secondaries, we have Remove the Propaganda, which is interesting because since the launch of the game, the default secondary objective has been the posters, the propaganda posters, where you have to remove, they spawn along the walls. You have to remove 3 of them or 5 in groups. And this was basically only introduced for escalation, I guess, because you don't need to, like, this Variator doesn't exist in Trialmaker. You don't need to put it on in Trialmaker because it'll be the default one that will show up if you don't have a secondary objective selected. So I guess it was basically only introduced for consistency in escalation, so that there's always a Variator that shows you your secondary objective, pre-21 before you have the double objective. So, I mean, the Variator itself, not that interesting, but I mean, I can just rate it based on the secondary. And I mean, posters are just the classic secondary. Again, they do spawn in similar locations to organ samples. More so, organ samples spawn in similar locations to posters along the walls in certain places. And again, they're kind of similar to schematics in that you can somewhat learn where you might find a poster more often than not, or even certain locations where you're pretty much guaranteed to find a poster. So I think that is pretty cool. I mean, I'd probably rate them. They kind of have a little soft spot for me because they're the classic secondary, but I'd put them up with these other ones up here towards the top-ish of B tier for secondaries. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with where they are there. Next, we have evidence boxes, which is a secondary that was kind of randomly introduced. It didn't come with an event, but it basically was introduced as well, like alongside Rebirth 2.0, kind of. I think it was a patch later where the secondary itself actually came out, but I could be wrong about that. It's hard to remember things sometimes. And this secondary I don't really like that much. Now in solo it's quite manageable, it's not that bad. You have to collect 1 evidence box, but the way you do that is you find an evidence box in the trial somewhere, and these could be literally anywhere. There's no rhyme or reason to where they spawn, it seems. They'll be against a wall, on the ground, somewhere. Just like a lot of times you have to scour the entire trial environment to find them, and it's really annoying. The real problem comes when you're in a group, because if you have 4 players, you need to bring 4 evidence boxes back to the shuttle. You have to find them and bring them either to the end shuttle, or, if there's only 1 shuttle, or if you're closer to the beginning shuttle, you can bring them there too and put them in the little container that's there. And having to do 4 boxes, I mean, it's hard enough to even find them at all, let alone bring them back to the shuttle. It's really, really annoying. I definitely think that this should be changed so that in groups of 1 or 2, you need 1 box, and in groups of 3 or 4, you need 2 boxes. That would make it much more reasonable, in my opinion. As it stands now, it's a huge pain and a far greater chore to complete than any other secondary objective. So I would probably put this all the way down in D tier, I'm not gonna lie, although it's not like the end of the world, and because it's like fairly decent in solo, I would put it up. If it was like 4 boxes in solo, I think I would put this in F tier because it is so annoying. So yeah, it's probably my least favorite secondary objective in the game, although the broadcast gives it a run for its money sometimes, but they're both really annoying, especially in solo, for finding the one thing that you need and doing it. So yeah, that's where I'm going with boxes. Next, we have Decipher Broadcast, which is a variator that was also kind of introduced from the Rebirth 2.0 release, and this basically just takes the radio objective that you'll see in many trials like Cleanse the Orphans and Foster the Orphans and puts it in as a secondary objective. And you need to tune, so you basically need to find the radios and tune them, and you need to complete 3 of them for the secondary. This is extremely easy. These things will spawn everywhere. It seems like there's normally like way more than you'll ever need in the trial, so there's no issue finding them, and they make noise if you need to find some, because if you're struggling with them. So overall, they're pretty fun. I like tuning the radios. It's kind of fun to, you know, practice them and learn how to tune them as quickly as possible to try and get them done fast. So overall, it's a good secondary. It's cool. It's a little bit, I guess, weird that there are certain trials where this is the entire objective and it's a secondary on other trials, because like Foster the Orphans is to tune like basically 4 radios because one's a tutorial, and the secondary objective on other trials can include tuning 3 radios. But that's not really a big downside, I don't think. And I believe, you know, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for some other main trial trial specific objectives to be converted to secondary and tapped down in difficulty in some ways. So overall, I honestly quite like this secondary. I probably would even put it up above, probably alongside the radio, the normal radio in terms of, my preference for it. So I'm a pretty big fan, and gonna go ahead and throw that in the B tier. The final secondary objective we have is Extinguish the Fires, and this one was released alongside the Deep Burn event, and it basically will place fire barrels throughout the trial environment, as well as like these cans or canisters of water, and you basically need to go find the canisters of water and bring them to the fire, and then you have to spend a pretty decent amount of time pouring the water onto the fire to put it out. So it's a pretty involved secondary, more complicated than most of them, and it's generally okay. It can be pretty annoying sometimes because you'll find like tons of water in one location and there's not a single fire barrel in sight, and then you'll find 4 fire barrels on the complete other side of the map and you have to lug the water over there. You need to do 2 barrels in solo, 4 in groups. So yeah, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not my favorite either. It's kind of interesting though. It's got some cool elements to it. Partially the fact that if you get this when you have cold snap, it makes it easier to get warmth, which is kind of cool. And additionally, it's just like, it's a bit more dynamic and interesting than something like evidence boxes, although it's, some people would debate that this is worse than evidence boxes, I've heard. But I'd probably throw this one in the B tier as well, probably low B tier spot for Extinguish the Fires, because it can be really annoying at times when your things are so far apart, or if you get it on a trial with heavy object gates, that can be a huge pain. But overall, I think it's pretty good. Personally, I'm kind of a fan of that. Next here is Dual Objectives, and this is basically a variator that takes 2 secondaries and puts them on the trial at the same time. So it's pretty basic. There's not a lot to talk about with it, but it basically is the same as how things were on Under Surveillance, kind of, where you have a broadcast and a schematic, but it'll be 2 random secondaries. It could be any of the 2 secondaries that'll be combined as as one thing on the trial, and it's the same as if you got them by themselves. So if you get like gifts and evidence boxes, you have to find 5 gifts and do 1 evidence box. Basically, it's the same as if you got them individually. So it's pretty cool that you can have multiple objectives on a trial, and this is default on Ultra 2 and Ultra 2 and Escalation. It's the default setting, so you have to find and complete both of these secondaries to get your escalation reward, which can sometimes be annoying to do when you get some really bad ones combined, like seeing evidence boxes plus broadcast can be a nightmare sometimes. But overall, it's cool. I like it, and I kind of wish there were a way in custom trials for you to pick which two it were going to be, but it's just going to be random every time. So that's kind of a downside, but overall, it's pretty cool. I'd probably put it middle of B tier, since, you know, that's kind of the average of all of the secondaries, I guess, if you think about it. You know, it's just a secondary modifier. It's pretty cool. Next, we have mandatory secondary objective, and I think this is a really cool variator, but it's not really used at all for the most part. It's only shows up in it shows up in invasion currently at higher levels of invasion, or, you know, higher completion counts or whatever, and also in rebirth. Otherwise, you're only going to find it in trial maker. You won't get this in escalation or any, like, well, it was in there was a weekly where it was like mandatory dual objectives, which was pretty cool. I think it's a cool variator. It makes it so that you have to complete the secondary objective before you can hit the button at the end of the trial to call the shuttle. So it's pretty basic in what it does, but it can honestly add a decent amount of time to trials that would otherwise be very, very quick. So I think that's cool that it has that effect and can be used to make the secondaries more, you know, more important, more, you know, completely required. So I'd probably put this a bit of a higher side of B tier here for me. I think it's a pretty cool one. And then lastly, we have Rebirth, which is a variator that fittingly is only found in Rebirth. I actually don't know if this even shows up in the mansion, but I know it's on the communal Rebirth. And this basically will just put the 3 radios into the trial spider eye lamb that you have to complete, alongside an evidence box that is tied to your specific character that you need to bring back to the shuttle. So it adds evidence boxes and radios secondary objective pretty much, but if you're in a group, each person has their own box that they have to go get. So that can be kind of annoying sometimes in finding the one box that you need, or, you know, the person whose box you find is across the map and needs to come do it. So yeah, that's like the main effects of it, and those are mandatory secondary objectives. Wiki also says it includes increased threat 1 on it, which maybe it does. I guess that makes sense. So overall, yeah, I think it's cool. It doesn't like include like mirror world or anything, so it doesn't have like those bigger effects. But it's cool that they brought the radios from the mansion Rebirth into the normal trials, and the individual boxes are really cool because you get to see your actual selected character model as like a corpse on the ground who has the box at their feet. So I really like the thematic vibes of it. It's a fun variator that adds a lot to the Rebirth 2.0 protocol. So I'd probably put this one at the higher side of B tier. I'm a fan of how it works on the Rebirth, and yeah, it's pretty fun. Okay, we made it. Barely. Did you all make it? Have you watched this entire thing? I don't even know how long it is yet, to be honest. I have to stitch it all together, but yeah, this took about, you know, it took longer than I thought, but also it took just about as long as I thought, because I have such a tendency to yap like a crazy person at times. But overall, I'm pretty happy with it. It was fun to talk about all the variators in the game. And when you look at it all like this on the tier list, it doesn't really look like that many, but going through them all one at a time, boy, that took a while. I'm almost tempted to move Don't Make Noise back up just to have Bad Trip with its own tier. I think I might actually do that. Just have Don't Make Noise at the bottom of D tier. Low key, I hate the picture. But yeah, let me know if you guys have any thoughts of variators that you'd like to talk about in the comments. I really like the discussion that these tier lists sort of bring, and I'm curious to see, does anybody think I made any egregiously bad placements? I know a lot of people would disagree with like no running for sure, and then probably Stay Together and things like that, as they would rate them lower down. But you know, I kind of tried to explain my reasonings for these a little bit. It's sort of a combination of the impact that the variator has, the interesting thematic qualities of it, and then just a huge dose of entirely subjective opinion on the enjoyment I have with them. So yeah, that is kind of hard to obviously quantify, and I don't think anybody is necessarily wrong for liking or disliking any specific variator. So yeah, feel free to make your arguments down in the comments for these. I will probably also be doing a trials tier list very soon, and that'll kind of round out the tier lists for me, I think. I assume, because we have amps, variators, trials. I'm not sure if there's really anything else I would want to make a tier list on in this game, but if there is anything that you think of, please let me know down in the comments. I'd be curious to see what you think would be worthy of a tier list. And yeah, that is going to be it for the video. I hope you all did enjoy it. If you watched the whole thing, I really do appreciate it. Don't forget to smash the like button down below. Next video is going to be covering Countdown, the Countdown flashback, and then I hope to have my Outlast 1 critique completed for the following big video. But if we do get a patch on February 10th, like everybody is speculating, I will certainly be covering that and any news surrounding that. So the critique would probably get delayed a little bit as a result if that does end up being the case. So we'll have to wait and see, but that's the current plan. As far as streams, if you're interested, next stream will be on Saturday at the normal time around noonish Eastern. And yeah, we stream every Tuesday and Saturday around there. And Tuesdays are at night, Saturdays during the day. So be sure to follow my Twitch, links in the description for that. I also stream on YouTube though if you'd prefer. And also a link in the description, join my Discord if you'd like to share your thoughts on these variators or anything else related to the game. Feel free to join. We've got quite a growing and welcoming community over there. So I really appreciate all the folks who contribute. Again, thank you so much for watching, and yeah, let me know your thoughts on these variators in the comments. See you in the next video. Peace out.